of living cultural heritage, and his presentation will be the following. Vážené dámy a páni, v mene UNESCO si vás veľkou radosťou dovolujem pozdraviť pri otvorení medzinárodného sympózia Živé dedičstvo pre udržateľnú budúcnosť, ktoré je organizované v rámci podujatia Folk Expo 2023. Volám sa Tim Curtis a som tajomníkom dohovoru z roku 2003 o ochrane nehmotného kultúrneho dedičstva. Dovolím si začať pogratulovaním organizátorom tohto skvelého podujatia, ktorým je Centrum pre tradičnú ľudovú kultúru. Chcel by som im poďakovať aj za ich iniciatívu a takisto by som im chcel poďakovať za možnosť prihovoriť sa vám v rámci tohto otváracieho príspevku. Ako iste viete, tento rok si pripomíname už 20. výročie podpísania dohovoru o ochrane nehmotného kultúrneho dedičstva a pre všetkých, ktorí sa tejto téme venujú, je to naozaj skvelý moment pripomenúť si pokrok, ktorý sa nám podarilo dosiahnuť a takisto je to príležitosť porozprávať sa o tom, čo nás čaká. Folk Expo 2023 sa samozrejme takisto pripojí k oslavám prostredníctvom mnohých predstavení, výstav, koncertov, prednášok, kreatívnych workshopov a samozrejme aj tohto sympózia, ktoré nám predstaví skúsenosti a príklady dobrej praxe pri ochrane živého kultúrneho dedičstva na Slovensku aj v zahraničí. Pri tejto príležitosti by som sa chcel takisto vyjadriť k silnému odhodlaniu Slovenska pri ochrane kultúrneho dedičstva podľa dohovoru, ktoré v prípade Slovenska začalo už v roku 2006, kedy Slovensko dohovor ratifikovalo. Odvtedy vaše zapojenie neustále rástlo a chcel by som zdôrazniť najmä obdobie posledných rokov, kedy ste sa stali súčasťou medzivládneho výboru pre ochranu nehmotného kultúrneho dedičstva a zúčastňujete sa preto aj celosvetového presadzovania dohovoru a ovplyvňujete tak aj spôsob formovania tohto dôležitého nástroja. Slovenskí odborníci sa takisto zapájajú do využívania dohovoru rôznymi mnohými spôsobmi, ako členovia rôznych orgánov, pracovných skupín, takisto ako konzultanti a sprostredkovatelia. Ešte o mnoho viac samozrejme odohráva na národnej a miestnej úrovni a v rámci spolupráce s Ministerstvom kultúry a Centrom pre tradičnú ľudovú kultúru. Tento rok si všetci pripomíname výročie podpísania dohovoru a všetci môžeme vidieť, že dôležitosť ochrany živého kultúrneho dedičstva je už celosvetovo jasne vnímaná a chápaná ako súčasť identity komunít, ktorá prechádza z generácie na generáciu. Pochopenie dôležitosti a ochrana kultúrneho dedičstva je však možná iba s plným zapojením týchto komunít a tých, ktorí sa jej venujú. Vďaka týmto základom môžeme ďalej reagovať na potreby a výzvy, ktoré pred nami stoja, najmä tie, ktoré sa týkajú udržateľného rozvoja. Zahŕňajú inklúziu v oblasti spoločenského rozvoja, environmentálnu udržateľnosť, takisto reakcie na náhle situácie a konflikty, ako je napríklad nešťastný konflikt na Ukrajine, alebo nedávne devastačné udalosti, ako sú záplavy a požiare v rôznych častiach Európy. So všetkými zúčastnenými stranami budeme pracovať na týchto prístupoch a takisto budeme v našom úsilí počítať aj s aktívnym zapojením našich slovenských priateľov. Dovolte mi preto ešte raz pogratulovať Centru pre tradičnú ľudovú kultúru za oslavu 20. výročia podpisu dohovoru takouto skvelou iniciatívou a počas sympózia prajem všetkým zaujímavé rozhovory na Folk Expo 2023. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne za milý príhovor.
Thank you very much for the great speech. This is really a huge appreciation of our work, and I don't want to be speaking too much about it, but when speaking about the intangible cultural heritage, we managed many things, and in a few minutes, Dr. Lubica Volanska will be speaking about this topic. She was a member of the evaluation body, and she was a chairman also of the committee, and it was also her effort that Slovakia became, after many efforts, a member of the Committee for Intangible Cultural Heritage. And I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Lubica Volanska from the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology of Slovak Academy of Sciences, our collaborator. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, and I can see that I'm in the English block, but I will be speaking Slovak because we have more Slovak native speakers, so I would like to apologize myself, but I hope the interpretation will be excellent. My presentation was prepared for the people who are not aware about the convention, and it is something new for them, and it emerged as a reaction to the convention to preserve natural heritage, which is more known, and as far as you know, it includes many monuments of natural or intangible or tangible character, and the experts, which are anthropologists, ethnologists, have been speaking about what should we do with the ethnicities which do not have such monuments, what to do with those which do not have beautiful Gothic cathedrals, at the same time having great culture. And therefore, for these natural, let's say, ethnicities or nations which are of Europe, what will happen to it if UNESCO takes care of them? The organization has the seat in Paris, and I will follow my presentation. Please try to find out when did you hear for the first time intangible living heritage. Does it speak anything to you? Is that a new term for you? We, as ethnologists, we have been dealing with it for the whole 20th century, and the term intangible cultural heritage is a little bit different, not only in our language, but also in the English language. Intangible heritage is something which is not tangible. Also, in German is a very similar word, but the experts do not like it. Why should we have something negative in the word living? So, in the meantime, our former minister Marek Maďarič was fighting with this term, but after this fight with the term or non-acceptance of it, we are moving to the living heritage term, because it's basically it's living, it's life or living heritage, and we can be translating it in many different ways. And it is something that it's not something that should not be used anymore. We are living it, be it speaking in the family discussions, or lullabies, or curses you use when something is not successful, or if there is a black cat running across the street. So we will be speaking about these terms. I will be speaking about 3 points in my presentation. Hopefully I will be in time, because many times I tend to speak too much. So we will be speaking about what the intangible heritage is according to the convention. Then we will be speaking about the tools UNESCO has been using from 2003. And in the last point, we will be speaking about the sustainable inspirations. So the first point, the slide doesn't look very aesthetically nice, but please focus on the red writing only. According to the definition, according to the convention, the living heritage are the practices, the representations, expressions, what we think about what we do, skills, tools, basically the know-how which we have, which deals with something from the past, and we have been using it still. At the same time, we have artifacts, items connected with these topics. So this is something that is tangible, and at the same time it is connected with the cultural environment. So if the cultural environment disappears, the living heritage is then very fragile.
vždy je živé dedičstvo spojené s nejakou konkrétnou skupinou, s nejakým spoločenstvom alebo jednotlivcom dokonca. Je to vlastne jediné dohovorné mesto, ktorý ide naozaj až na úroveň jednotlivca. To znamená, že keď ručné zvonenie bolo na Slovensku veľmi ohrozené, zdalo sa, že vlastne zanikne potom nejaká modrotlač, ktorá mala vlastne svoje najlepšie obdobie tiež za sebou, je to vždy na jednotlivcovi a na ich nejakým vložení sa do
their enthusiasm to safeguard the heritage. Certain heritages that are in the world are also based on an individual and could disappear if the individual dies.
Dôležitým charakteristickým momentom je odovzdávanie z generácie na generáciu, takže vždy je dôležité tá nasledujúca generácia, aby si ho osvojila a vedela, že je dôležité
take over these
traditions. And last but not least, the communities have been working on the reaction towards the environment connected to the culture, and the picture you can see on the slide is an application of UNESCO that has been developed in 2014, and it's called Let's Emerge into the Cultural Heritage. At the UNESCO website you can find it, and it will show you which parts of cultural heritage are connected to another ones. And last but not least, the living heritage gives to the community a feeling of an identity, a feeling that it goes from the generation to other generation, and also there has to be respect to the traditions. Therefore, on many places in the world we can have different items, for example, baking of bread, or traditions using eggs, and its illustrations, and many times it has completely different character. An important point is this ethical principle, which is connected to the convention, and every time we have to take into consideration that all the intangible heritage needs to be in line with instruments in the area of human rights. It has to respect the communities, societies, and it also has to respect the natural environment. It cannot destroy the environment. Let's give ourselves a couple of traditions. For example, when speaking about corrida in Spain will never be defined by the convention, because the bulls are tortured, and basically it's based on the human fun. So the convention doesn't agree with this. Nevertheless, the animal rights are not as supported as human rights are. These are the 5 domains which we have, and which the living environment, living tradition and heritage is a part thereof. We have the dancing, theaters, singing, community practices and rituals. My favorite part are the skills and knowledge connected with space and universe, and many times we can see totally different understanding of these topics compared to our European viewing. The last thing is the know-how, which is not the product but the know-how connected with the tradition. And we are getting to the very favorite example of blueprint, of the indigo blueprint, and we need to take into consideration that is not the print using with a reverse technique of printing of indigo, but it's the know-how which is behind it and which is given from the generation to generation, and basically all the procedures, how to create the paint properly, and the technology thereof. druhov živého dedičstva je naozaj niekedy tajomstvom.
Many times it's a secret and it's only given to the family members.
UNESCO
according
dlhoročnej
to
spolupráce
a long-term cooperation of the convention, the UNESCO created 9 groups which are being threatened. You can see it in the application, which I already mentioned. These are 9 groups which are then broken down, and it has to do with what I've already told you at the beginning. This doesn't only have to do with what our generation members think about traditions. Many times we have the bearers of the tradition which are aging, and the new generation is not interested. The living environment is also not interested, and many times the sense is being lost. The new generation doesn't understand why they should be a part of the tradition. For example, Easter traditions, there are completely different traditions and contexts which is being followed up by complete misunderstanding. Of course, cultural and cultural globalization, the new generations are not interested in these traditions. We don't create baskets from the natural materials anymore, and we are, for example, missing hay to cover the roofs, so you are unable to make a hay-based roof on our houses, so we are basically missing the materials to build our houses, so we are also missing the material part, which might disappear. In connection to the crafts, have you ever created something manually yourselves? Are you knitting, for example, or are you doing anything similar? So you can imagine how time-consuming it is, how much love and energy you need to give to your product, and for how much, for example, you would be able to sell your produce. So we really need to take into consideration that it is something else to buy an item on a Chinese market or produce it yourselves. So just like I already mentioned, the new generation needs to be aware of what's going on and what we have at home. Due to the fact that our symposium has to do with sustainable development, I would like to also speak about the 17 objectives of sustainability, and here you can see how these particular items are interconnected. Hopefully I will have time to speak more about it. At the same time, we need to speak about the sustainability, which is also a very substantial part of UNESCO. This has to do also with the African continent, with situations Tim already mentioned, for example, the floods or other cataclysms, Ukrainian conflict. Greece has a very present experience with floods, and also this is very important for the so-called natural nations. Let's speak now about the tools.
Takže každý párny rok sa stretáva 171 krajín, ktoré zatiaľ ratifikovali dohovor, ešte sú nie, keby som, že európske skoro všetky. Veľkou otázkou ostáva navrátivšie sa Spojené štáty americké, ktoré sa vlastne vrátili späť do UNESCO. Opustili ho pred pár rokmi z politických dôvodov, o ktorých tu nechcem teraz hovoriť, lebo nemáme čas, ale v každom prípade nemajú ratifikovaný dohovor, rovnako ako Ruská federácia napríklad. Takže sú štáty alebo Veľká Británia, ktoré majú svoje dôvody, prečo sa neriadia týmto dohovorom, alebo nenechajú sa inšpirovať. Tie štáty, ktoré ho ratifikovali, sa stretávajú na valnom zhromaždení každý párny rok. A každý rok, vždy v decembri alebo novembri, sa stretáva 24 kormidelníkov, to znamená tých 24 štátov, ktoré boli volené vždy na základe volených skupín v rámci UNESCO, a tí sa zaoberajú veľmi široko agendou tohto dohovoru. A my máme vlastne to šťastie, česť a zároveň aj bremeno na nasledujúcich. Myslím, my ako Slovenská republika máme to šťastie byť súčasťou práve medzivládneho výboru až do roku 2025, takže máme možnosť tvarovať to, akým spôsobom budú vyzerať vzory ochrany kultúrneho dedičstva. Tej agendy je teda pomerne veľa. Najnovšie výzvy, ktorým sa venuje, vidíte na konci, a to je klimatická kríza, komercionalizácia, alebo prílišná komercializácia a turizmus. To sú všetko veľmi silné ohrozenia, ktoré vedia narobiť veľkú šarapatu pri hociakom živom dedičstve. Tie nástroje dohovoru asi najviditeľnejšie, okrem všetkého toho, čo som spomínala predtým ako témy, sú 4 zoznamy. Zoznam prvkov s potrebou naliehavej ochrany, kde odborníci vždy diskutujú o tom, že či naozaj nejakému prvku, ktorý je na vyhnutí a ktorému zomierajú nositelia, alebo ktorý je postihnutý nejakým prírodnou katastrofou, pomôže to, že bude súčasťou nejakého zoznamu. Keďže dostať sa na taký zoznam trvá pomerne dlho a nositelia, ktorí máte s tým skúsenosti, viete, že to nie je úplne ľahký proces. A preto považujeme vlastne za asi dôležitejší ten druhý zoznam, ako je zoznam dobrých praktík ochrany. To znamená, že zdieľanie know-how. To, kde sa teraz vlastne usilujeme s našou najnovšou nomináciou v roku 2023. Sme teda podali spolu s Úľuvom nomináciu práve umeleckej školy remesiel, ktorá by mala prezentovať práve tieto dobré praktiky, ako predávať nasledujúcej generácii znalosti z to, čo naozaj komunity zaujíma aj štáty, je medzinárodná podpora, ktorá je finančnou podporou z fondu nehodného dedičstva. Nemajú veľmi európske štáty zatiaľ veľmi takú skúsenosť žiadať práve o tento typ podpory a Slovenská republika mala to šťastie, mala tú možnosť a dostali sme vlastne ako prvýkrát v histórii tento podobný projekt a týka sa vlastne začleňovania ukrajinskej minority, ukrajinských odigiencov, ktorí ušli
Ukrainian refugees which fled from Ukraine due to the conflict, and we are using the living heritage as one of the tools how to start also their resilience. And the most important from the point of audience or the public is the list of the intangible cultural heritage with 676 items from 140 countries. For those who like charts, you can see this on the chart. As you can see, it's also in English, so it's easy to understand. Here you can see that only the orange part is a register of good safeguarding practices. We are trying to support these practices because we view it as the most important part. Here you can see a very beautiful pie chart which shows the number of items. As you can see, Slovakia has 9 items. And what do you think is the mostly represented part? Let's try. I mean globally, not only in Europe. Large country, many inhabitants. China. Yes, indeed. China is mostly represented. Spain is also highly represented. The purple part, you can see it on the left, on your left-hand side. Korea, I mean the South Korea.
Takej dobrej ceste
Slovakia is on a good path.
K zapisovaniu a samozrejme sú tie obrovské
When it comes to registering, of course, there are way larger countries which naturally have higher amounts of such items. Let me get back to what I started with. These are the registrations based on regions. Let me clarify. Number 1 and 2 is Europe. Group 3 is the South America and Caribbean. Group number 4 is Asia. Group number 5 are Arabic countries, and the last one is, vice versa, Africa and Arabic countries. So the question for whom the convention was basically written for, 40% almost are European countries, again, which basically took over the convention, and of course the Secretariat is trying to deal with this situation, and the registration means an announcement for the country, you have something which is beautiful, and you should register it, and therefore the given countries should receive financing for safeguarding of these traditions. The third part, sustainable inspirations. I would like to show you items, not only items which are registered, but items which are very interesting and have to do with the living natural environment. For example, in Italy, they found out that the medieval concrete is way more sustainable compared to our present materials, and the scientists found out that the content of the concrete is basically the sink. If the rain pours into the concrete, makes it even harder. So what we thought was a drawback of this material, it's basically their advantage. And we, in the present times, are trying to use these procedures to make our concrete even stronger. So we thought they should really think about the old times and also use their own thoughts. If you remember these 9 threats to intangible heritage, when it comes to the threats, one of these threats are the disappearance of the technology of knitting, of old Indian materials. For the past 200 years, we haven't found out how they made it and how they preserved it. If you take a look at the picture, you can see these are transparent materials. They call it knitted air, and the modern technologies are enabling us to clone these old technologies, and we are trying to find out how to preserve this technology. I only have 7 last seconds. I would like to also speak about the technology of the Surui tribe in Brazil. They are not using the bows and arrows, and they are using mobile phones and tablets in order to map illegal draining of their resources. So they're trying to safeguard their own natural resources. Just briefly, protection against avalanches in Switzerland, or my favorite and most recent experience I just received from Starigrad in Croatia. There was an old colony which is using building technique without plaster, and this system has already been registered in 2018 to the World Heritage List based on the convention from 1972, and this is an ideal connection because in 2018 it was already registered, and this construction will be renewed, and we will find out, hopefully, how these buildings were basically built. And it has to do with many other objectives of sustainable development connected with the climate, food, and other challenges we will be facing in the future. And this will be the last question I would like to pose. Which is your favorite cultural heritage, and what do you think should be registered? Thank you for your attention.
Veľmi pekne ďakujem. Tak otázku si držte v hlave a odpoveď potom neskôr. Opäť vám taká malá technická pripomienka. My neporiadníci, ktorí sa zúčastňujeme takýchto sympózií, tak vieme, že nemáme pripravenú plnú verziu vlastne toho písaného textu, tak chcem všetkým účastníkom len pripomenúť, že sa budeme snažiť vydať zborník zo sympózia, takže ak aj nevyjde čas na niečo, takže všetko budete mať texty v slovenčine a v angličtine v zborníku, ktorý chceme vydať z tohto sympózia. Ešte raz veľmi pekne ďakujem doktorke Lubici Volánskej a poprosím našu milú kolegyňu z Maďarska, doktor Pál Kovač-Dóru, ktorá je z riaditeľstva duševného kultúrneho dedičstva z Národopisného múzea v prírode v Szentendre pri Budapešti. Niekoľkokrát sme tam boli, je to veľmi krásne múzeum s úžasnými ľuďmi, takže ju poprosím o jej príspevok.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Dora Pákovač and I work in the Directorate of
Slovenská verzia, kanál slovenský.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yes. For me, it's better. So, again, hi everyone. My name is Dora Pákovač, and I work in the Directorate of ICH in the Hungarian Open Air Museum in Szentendre in Hungary. I am ethnographer, and I defended my PhD dissertation at Babes-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca in Romania. My research topic of the PhD dissertation was the male and the female roles of the couple dance in a Transylvanian village. Today, in my presentation, I will show you the period before the ratification of the 2003 Convention in Hungary. Here, I need to mention our director, our name of director, Eszter Csonka-Takács. I think lots of you know her. Esther sends greetings to all of you. Unfortunately, she cannot attend due to other responsibilities. But she felt it is an important symposium with a really important topic. That's why she delegated me. Okay, it's okay. So I have based this presentation on her written sources and her narratives. So about this presentation. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Convention, which is a good occasion to look back at what helped Hungary to join the Convention and what actions were necessary after the ratification. Which institutions have defined the methods for the transmission of traditional culture? What conservation strategies were in effect before the Convention? How did this help to implement the Convention?
Implementujeme tento dohovor.
Okay. The areas of manifestation of intangible cultural heritage were made the focus of scholarly research as early as on the turn of the 20th century. In Hungary, before this UNESCO Convention, cultural heritage had many manifestations. Folklore and folk art developed from the 19th century with the study of folklore and folk art. Tradition still living at the time in everyday practice, and its original function was documented, archived, catalogued, and processed. Ethnographic collections have been readily available and popular thanks to the series of important publications and to the national traditionalist movement.
Pomocou učencov a vedeckých organizácií, vzdelávacích programov a rôznych vzdelávacích sietí a podobných spoločenstiev, tieto tradície ďalej pretrvávajú s novými tradíciami, teda novými funkciami, s tými pôvodnými. Tieto sa dostávajú k najširšiemu publiku a až do dnešného dňa mohli a vedia prispievať ku kontinuite kultúry, odovzdávaniu vedomostí a aby toto dedičstvo mohlo ďalej žiť aj lokálne, aj dokonca v menších osídleniach alebo mestských osídleniach. Niečo k ľudovej hudbe. Bela Vika bol prvý, ktorý zaznamenával ľudové piesne na fonograf v 1805 a potom od začiatku 19. Bela Bartók a Zoltán Kodály spustili program zbierania týchto ľudových piesní, ktoré sa rozšírili na všetky oblasti, kde sa hovorilo po maďarsky. Toto platilo aj pre rôzne akademické komunity. Robili sa výskumy komparatívne a dotazovanie, čo sa týka pôvodov a medzi vzťahov medzi kultúrami, ktoré prežívali to pri sebe po stovky. To boli Kodaj a Bartók, ktorí inšpirovali tieto aktivity. Oni ich zaznamenávali, poznamenávali a analyzovali takisto slovenské, maďarské, srbské, rumúnske melódie. Okrem toho robil Kodaj analýzy v oblastiach Rumunska. Laszlo Lajta, ktorý je jeden z podporovateľov, ktorý je jeden z zakladateľov, čo je dnes ICTM, vyprodukoval množstvo monografov, čo sa týka instrumentálnej ľudovej hudby. Bartók, Kodaj a ich nasledovatelia vytvorili významný archív aj podľa európskeho štandardu s viac ako 200 000 melódiami, ktoré boli zoradené podľa Bartókovho katalógu. Bela Bartók, Zoltán Kodaj a Laszlo Lajta čerpali z hlbokého zdroja, ktoré sú potom zdrojom ich kompozícií. Vývoj týchto aj hudobného vzdelávania od mladého veku detských sa stali základom praxe a bolo nazvaný ako Kodajová prax a tiež bolo zapísané ako dobrá prax v roku 2016. Niektoré detaily, čo sa týka vedeckej histórie k ľudovému tancu, systematická zbierka ľudového tancu tiež začala v oblasti, kde žijú etnické skupiny v Maďarsku, v iných krajinách. George Martin bol ten, ktorý zaznamenal ako prvý tieto procesy na film. Martin a jeho nasledovatelia sledovali tieto prepojenia na európske ľudové kultúry, tanečné kultúry a Rudolf Laban vyvinul systém notácií, alebo zápisy, ktorým sa každý pohyb v tanci dali zapisovať a analyzovať. Tým preskúmovaním všetkých zvyklostí, tanečných zvykov sa začal systematický prieskum architektúry a ďalších oblastí, ktoré potom rozširovali ďalej archívy hmotného a nehmotného kultúrneho dedičstva. V 30. rokoch minulého storočia sa začali používať sociodemografické metódy, potom vznikla potreba podpory živého obživenia teda týchto tradičných udalostí a na to, aby sme podporili tieto tradície v mestských oblastiach. Bola to Gyöngyös-Bokreta, ktorá cestovala po rôznych oblastiach a do Budapešti, aby robila takéto predstavenia. Toto prerastlo až do hnutia a prerastlo to do miestnych tradícií, takže rôzne zvyklosti, tradície, tance a takisto aj remesla. Teraz existujú rôzne tradičné skupiny v krajine, ktoré pokračujú a fungujú ako kontinuálne pokračovanie tejto bázy. V 60. rokoch bola súťaž, ktorá bola nazvaná Pávoch, ktorá prezentovala mladých ľudí, ktorí mali záujem o ľudové umenie. Niektorí mladí ľudia spievali pred televíznymi kamerami a podporovali takto ďalej udržiavanie týchto tradícií, ľudová hudba, ľudové tance. Týmto to prišlo vlastne akoby späť s novou funkciou a bola to akoby show talentov Páv, ktorá bola v produkcii od 2002 do 2019 roku. To, aby bolo možné osobne vyskúšať, aká je tá tradícia, bolo vďaka hnutiu, ktoré podporovalo tanečné zábavy a toto bolo vďaka aktívnej participácii komunít, ktoré prestali pasívne sa prihliadať a začali využívať znalosti a zručnosti, ktoré získali prostredníctvom vlastných skúseností v tradičných prostrediach. Teraz, keď je táto tradícia viac ako 50 rokov stará, ľudové tance stále praktizujú celé generácie. Tieto skoré zbierky a analýzy, čiže sa mohli spoliehať na vzdelávacie siete a bola vybratá táto model, ako ochrániť nehmotné kultúrne dedičstvo. Maďarsko bolo ako prvá krajina, ktorá bola medzinárodne uznaná, ktorá teda uchovávala ICH na rozdiel od programu ľudských zdrojov sa prešlo viac ako 60 zdrojov od roku 1953 a tie najlepšie talenty boli odmenené ako aj mladí majstri ľudového umenia. Aj v oblasti ľudového umenia, remeslí, ktoré dostali ocenenie ako najlepší v oblasti. Po týchto hnutiach by som rada povedala niečo o inštitúciách, ktoré sa zaoberajú tradičnou kultúrou, súčasťou národnej siete historických vedeckých inštitúcií. Je tam Inštitút muzikológie, ktoré predstavuje digitálny archív etnografických filmov a je tam to Maďarské národopisné múzeum a múzeum kultúrneho dedičstva. Okrem toho je tam aj servisné centrum, ktoré pomáha, aby prežili tradičné prezentácie nehmotného kultúrneho dedičstva tým, že dali ju takéto zdroje k dispozícii a prenášajú dobrú prax. Keď sa pozrieme späť na druhú polovicu 20. storočia, Dva procesy boli odpozorované. Jeden bol proces globalizácie, vývoj technológií a ten druhý zvyšovanie hodnoty lokálnych kultúr a tradícií a preto nie je náhoda, že UNESCO prehlásilo, že folklór a nehmotné dedičstvo má hodnotu a musíme ho podporovať a chrániť. Vtedy tu bola potreba, aby vzniklo takéto Európske centrum tradičnej kultúry počas tohto fóra, ktoré bolo v 86. v Maďarsku. Po mnohých rokoch prípravy Európske
which later continued its work under the name European Folklore Institute. The question may arise, what could be the role of such an international or European folklore center? Assistance and services to all nations, groups and individuals in Europe, to cover all fields and traditional culture, emphasizes of course the ICH, to create a database, to bring together the most active people in the field of folklore, building on the results of scientific research, to present the timeless value of folklore. Before and after the established convention, stakeholders want not to take equal between folklore, traditional culture, and the heritage. They try to understand the convention and the UNESCO's aim. The basic point is the community, which is more wider than the communities in the traditional culture. And then, in 2003, UNESCO accepted the ICH Convention, and Hungary ratified it 3 years later. Thus, the UNESCO Convention became a program in Hungary in a situation where organizations and mechanisms already existed at different levels and in different forms of organization, dealing with or representing different aspects of the intangible cultural heritage. The task, therefore, was to build on the background to establish a coherent system and mechanism. And what has happened after 2003, it's another story. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dora. We are compatible with Hungary because we ratified on 2006 also.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed with the next presentation, which will be online, and Dr. Martin Reeves from the UK will speak to us, two short comments when it comes to the context of the presentation he will be speaking about. The UK is not a member of the convention in order to safeguard the heritage. On the other hand, the topic he will be speaking about has to do with puppet shows in the UK, or he will be speaking about the Punch and Judy show, which is a comedy, which is a living tradition for hundreds of years. So I'm very happy that Dr. Reeve accepted our invitation, because we will see we in the post-communist countries, we also view the safeguarding of traditions through institutions. And in UK, maybe you've experienced it. I've experienced it. I have been participating on such venues for many times. There is a huge tradition of this puppet show. Indonesia, for example, Sri Lanka, Egypt, Italy, and Czech Republic and Slovakia as well. This is really very vivid. So, dear Martin, the floor is yours. Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to assume that you can hear me. And Dora just introduced me. Freelance researcher and ethnographer. In fact, my ethnography was as well a number of traditional European puppet shows which have much in common, but have particular characteristics deriving from their country or region. For example, in Italy, particularly Naples, Pulcinella; in France, Polichinelle; in Germany, Casper; Holland, Jack Carson; in Portugal, Don Roberto; in South Africa, Gaspar; in Russia, Petrushka, and so on. Some of the shows, including Punch, have the same historical root, Polichinella, from the Italian commedia dell'arte. The forms of Punch and Judy are far more numerous than those of the other national puppet traditions. Numbering opponents, this abundance of performers has a bearing on the vitality of the tradition naturally, and it's not a fragile form in need of official protection. Indeed, performers would probably resent and rebel against such protection if it were offered. It's a show which belongs very much to the performers. And because of this, performers don't feel bound to perform the show in a prescribed way. Nonetheless, there are some basic elements without which the show could not be called a Punch and Judy show. One performer described it to me as being like a popular song interpreted by different singers. The words in the tune are more or less the same, but the arrangement changes from performer to performer. And the interplay between individual performer and the tradition is what gives the show its vigour and its interest. The basic components of the show, which define it as a Punch and Judy show, may be reduced to the following three things. First of all, the dramaturgy. The show itself is performed in a brightly coloured, usually striped red and white booth, in which the puppeteer stands, unseen by the audience, holding the glove puppets behind a proscenium arch. Secondly, the plot. The basic plot is very simple, and it's always the same. Mr. Punch is left to look after his baby by his wife, Judy. He becomes irritated by the baby's crying, and he kills it. Judy returns and discovers what has happened. Punch and Judy fight, and Punch kills Judy. Judy is arrested, but escapes punishment by killing either a policeman, a hangman, the devil, or all of them. Then there's a general celebration. The essential theme of the show is Punch's rebellion against domestic responsibility. And the plot of the show came about when marital laws and expectations were becoming more and more strict in Britain. And the third characteristic is the character of Mr. Punch. Punch is a grotesque. He has a humpback, a large hooked nose, a fat belly, and a piercing voice made with the use of a swazzle or a voice modifier. He is also a rule breaker, seeking only his own satisfaction. And we might think of a contemporary example of Mr. Punch in the form of our recent Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He has many of Punch's characteristics. Beyond these three elements, performers have a lot of freedom to perform the show in whatever way they want. And differences between performers are expressed largely in two ways. Firstly, through the content of the show, the addition of other characters and routines, depending on the performer's taste and skill, and secondly, through the relationship to the audience. Performers may choose to remain hidden from the audience, staying inside the booth, or they may engage directly with the audience, for example, by doing balloon modelling or magic as a warm-up to the show itself. Historically, performers' income was extremely precarious, and it came from collecting money directly from the audience. Performers would adapt what they were doing, making the show longer or shorter, and including different routines or characters to maximize potential income. The show has always followed the crowds. In other words, it's always followed the money. And in the second half of the 19th century, it moved from its original location, the urban streets, to the beaches, when, as a result of the expansion of railways, the seaside became a popular holiday destination. Although the beach show still exists, the availability of cheap foreign holidays meant that beach audiences became less numerous, and performers looked for opportunities elsewhere. Shows came to rely more and more on advanced bookings, from more organised events such as festivals, country fairs and fetes, school educational projects, museum exhibitions, and so on. The effect of this was that the show came to rely increasingly on its appeal to a sense of nostalgia. And although this did not materially affect the contents of the show, it did affect how the show was perceived and advertised, and the places where it would find a receptive audience. It also meant that performers began to think about the idea of tradition and what this meant in defining what a Punch and Judy show is. A question which had not really been articulated before. In parallel with this sense of traditionalization and helping to drive it, was an increasing ability for performers to meet and exchange ideas. Initially, this exchange of ideas, comparing puppets, routines, and so on, would happen around the one or two shops that sold Punch and Judy puppets. As early as 1955, Oscar Oswald, who ran a shop selling magic equipment and Punch and Judy equipment, formed the Association of Punch Workers. As one former member of the association put it to me, this was the first attempt to gather opinions and create a sense of fraternity. The ability to meet and exchange ideas gained real traction in the 1970s with the establishment of the annual Mayfair in London's Covent Garden. Although it was billed as a puppet festival, it has largely been taken over by Punch and Judy performers who gather in the gardens behind St. Paul's Church in Covent Garden to put on shows. This has become an extremely important date in the calendar for performers, and it continues today. Out of these meetings and conversations grew a sense that performers wanted to do something to celebrate and protect their tradition. And two important organisations were formed. The first of these was the Punch and Judy Fellowship, the PJF, which came into being in 1985. Its founding principle was, to quote its constitution, to guarantee the survival and traditions of our national puppet. It has over 100 members, full members and associate members. Full members are all performers and have to undergo an audition to qualify. Non-performers can become associate members. The PGF has organised a number of its own annual Punch and Judy festivals, which have run for several years. It has a constitution, an annual general meeting, and a magazine called The Swazzle. The other influential organisation is the Punch and Judy College of Professors. This came into being shortly after the PJF, and its driving force were two influential Punch performers, Glyn Edwards and John Stiles. Edwards, a former TV producer, in particular, felt that the PJF was too inward-looking, and he wanted an organisation that could speak forcibly to the outside world on behalf of the tradition. Edwards was particularly concerned about what he saw as attacks on the tradition in the press, attacks to do with the perceived violence in the show. Articles had begun to appear in the media that suggested that the show had had its day, and that its apparent celebration of infanticide and wife-beating, albeit in puppet form, were no longer acceptable. Edwards wanted to make sure, as he put it to me once, that the tradition survived into the 21st century, and the college was a means to do this. Membership of the college was by invitation only, and it invited what it considered to be the most skilled performers. At its height, it had a membership of 19 or 20. Many college members were also PJF members. The college also sought to actively promote the tradition as part of a broader international tradition of popular puppetry, and it organised a number of festivals in Britain where puppeteers from abroad were invited to perform. Members of the college also performed at puppet festivals abroad, including in Slovakia. Whilst Edwards was certainly keen on situating Punch and Judy amongst a set of international cognates, and in so doing add weight to his argument that it should be taken seriously as a traditional form, his motives were mixed. He saw the setting up of international festivals as a way of getting English Arts Council funding for a tradition which, because of ambivalence about its content, might not otherwise attract it. He once described these festivals to me as Trojan horses, getting Punch and Judy in under a disguise. Edwards was also instrumental in getting funding to research the tradition at PhD level, a collaborative doctoral award between Royal Holloway College and the Punch and Judy College of Professors. And this research may well have been another means to give the show a degree of legitimacy. And as I've said, I was the recipient of that PhD award, and that's why I'm speaking to you today. The ambivalence with which the show has come to be received in Britain may signal a more general and confused response to the past. We love symbols of the past, but we do not always love what those symbols represent. Britain has become a far more multicultural place in the past few decades. New power relations between the sexes are in play, as are more modern ways of dealing with children. Performers are negotiating these new sets of relations and what they mean for the tradition. The ability to meet, to exchange ideas and organize has made this negotiation a collective enterprise. This is the group speaking on behalf of the individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. It was very interesting. Once again, that because the United Kingdom is not a member of the convention, so it was really, really interesting for us. Moreover, you know that I know very well this tradition from our sessions in Covent Garden, etc.
I do.
So, máme teraz trošku, sme si ušetrili času, aby sme si to nenazhromaždili až
we saved some time, so we don't have it only at the very end. So let's open a Q&A session for those contributions which we just heard now. And so if you have any questions on the previous speakers, please do so.
Kolega Mirohan, ak má mikrofón, ak sa chcete na niečo spýtať. Alebo ak sa chcete spýtať Martina, Martin je ešte online.
So do you want to ask also Martin? Then you can ask him, he's still online.
Vy ste dobré deti, vy sa na nič nepýtate.
You are good kids, you're not asking any questions.
Dobre, nevadí, budeme mať čas ešte. Máš? No, tak
or is there a question? Well, I always have a question.
I have a question for Dora. And for Martin, just a comment, maybe. Or maybe I start with Martin. That it's interesting how I don't see you, so it's a kind of complicated. Okay. I think it's interesting that how many players you have in different playgrounds. So Great Britain doesn't complicate the situation with being also a part of the UNESCO structures and the Convention 2003, because what you said that was going on the national level is even more complicated on the international level. So can you imagine Great Britain in the future joining the convention?
Well, that's an interesting comment, because I spoke to Glyn Edwards, who I mentioned just then, about UNESCO and the Intangible Cultural Heritage, how you might get on that list. And he said to me, the bureaucracy would be very difficult. And for that reason, and also because there's a sense that the tradition doesn't feel in need of representing, apart from within itself, there was a sense that they weren't going to apply for that.
It's always the question of choice, of course.
Yeah,
Martin, by the way, to the terminology, when I said to our friend, to Clive and you, that I'm working also for the UNESCO for Intangible Cultural Heritage, nobody from native speakers understand what it means.
Yeah.
Keď som prvýkrát Angličanom povedal, že teda robíme nehmotné kultúrne dedičstvo, tak nikto z Angličanov nerozumel tomu pojmu. It's only joke.
It's only international English. Okay.
Yeah.
That's for international
Yes, but I would love to give the
English
to you. Takže kľudne sa pýtajte. Máme tu tlmočníkov skvelých, takže nehambite sa.
You can ask questions because we have interpretation.
Okay, Dora, so if maybe you can think about the question. Možno si premyslíte zatiaľ. I was wondering, that was really interesting because you can see how similar the situation is in the post-socialist countries or during the socialist period, that we had a similar ways, probably also in Slovenia, how to deal with the traditional culture, that we have these master's programs, and you have the Peacock. The Czech Republic has also the master program. We have something similar in our Center for Folk Art Production. And how, I was wondering how this is perceived by the communities. And maybe a second question connected to this is related to the times after ratifying the convention by Hungary, how the two lists, I mean the list that is produced in Szentendre on the UNESCO level, on the national level, and the list of Hungaricums play together, and what's the relationship between these two lists, because it's kind of contradictory maybe, and yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know which place is the best for me. Actually, the communities now use the archives and now use the documentation in this, for example, the Institute of Musicology. There are a lot of materials of dance and music recordings, and the communities use these recordings because lots of communities in our country, unfortunately, now don't know what was the dances and what were the music tradition, for example, in the beginning of the 20th century or the first part of the 20th century. And nowadays, they usually use the materials on these archives. So now we have a really strong connection with the communities, helping the communities to gain some knowledge about their own tradition. And the second question, it's more complicated for me. Actually, you know, this UNESCO ICH Convention is an international level, and the other system is a Hungarian, just a national list for register to traditions, to customs, and some some customs from Hungary. The process of the documentation is different than the UNESCO's, but there are some connection between these two registers. But maybe during the coffee break I can make some longer answer because it's not so easy.
So thank you very much for your comments, and we will continue with our friend and colleague Špela Spanžel. Špela je z riaditeľstva kultúrneho dedičstva a ministerstva kultúry
Špela is from the Cultural Heritage Directorate of the Ministry of Culture of Slovenia, so welcome. This is not first visit for her. Last time it was the nomination of the Lipican breed, and we have met either in Slovenia or also in Austria. Špela, please.
Hvala lepa. Hvala za povabilo. Hvala, spoštovani kolegi, prijatelji. Lepo je biti tukaj. This was just a little test if I do it in Slovene language, but apparently not, so I'm switching to English. So, thank you very much. If the timer is not working, then I will need to have the just that I don't fly away. Otherwise, maybe I'll just take the, okay. Wonderful, thank you. Okay. When I received the invitation from my dear colleague and friend Juraj, I was very, very pleased to come again. But then you will understand that something happened in Slovenia that totally changed my perspective. So I still haven't had the time to really shift my presentation entirely. So I'm just taking it as we go. Maybe it's a little bit of an overview. And then I'll emphasize one point which I think it's important, and that will also sort of come back to what Luba was saying in the beginning. So I sort of titled my presentation for the well-being of communities, because I think this is maybe the single most important point of the convention for non-specialists. I'm not a specialist, I'm an art historian, so my heart first really belonged to the World Heritage Convention. So this is my perspective, that through working on this ICH convention, that really taught us a lot of things, also personally, not only in terms of knowledge and, you know, and the appreciation. This is what we usually single out as being very important in terms also when we speak about the living heritage. And I have to say that after the ratification of the convention, also in our law for cultural heritage, we had this term of living heritage. Like Luba and like you were saying, that we often discuss it. But then we changed it to this intangible, because it's more in line with the international standard setting document as the convention is. So now I'll try to go on. Okay. So I'm just sort of framing it, and we didn't complement it with Luba, but I see that we are going there. So intangible heritage is actually part of a lot of international standard setting documents, so the conventions and programs. Of course, the two most known UNESCO conventions and the lists, which were not intended to be bigger than the convention, to be honest. But it's also part of the Cultural Roots program of the Council of Europe, a very nice program that actually connects heritage and communities and management and pedagogic activities and tourism, of course, and the European Heritage Label, which actually talks about the common European values that are many times enshrined also in the intangible elements. So it was so last year we had the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention, which was also a very big thing, because it's a global, most, let's say, universal instrument. It has more states parties than UNESCO, the members. But the 2003 convention, as we call it, is really approaching this, let's say, universality very, very quickly. I don't know the number of the ratifying states, because it recently changed. 71, see?
171.
Yes, 171, yes. So we are nearly getting there. So even with our inscriptions on the World Heritage List, there is a part of, let's say, intangible dimension. And if you know this convention, the World Heritage Convention, there is a criteria number 6 that actually talks about, let's say, the intangible, the symbolic, and so on. But of course, it's applied to the physical space. So this is the main difference. So when we talk about the 2003 convention, we talk about the relationship between people and heritage. We talk about our own people-to-people relationship. And we talk about what heritage means to society. And this is all what this community term really stands for. So why it's also very important, and why I often use the intangible heritage, is because it also connects immovable and movable heritage, because intangible elements are often connected to the physical spaces, be it where something is expressed, let's say, to movable heritage. There are a lot of objects that are used with the intangible heritage, but this is not the point, as we say. And the landscape, of course, you know, the nature, environments, and so on. So it's sort of funny or very telling, because the Intangible Convention, it's all about transmission, and so the education, but sometimes, I don't know if it's in the other countries, you know, sometimes the educational system might not be the kindest to the intangible heritage, and sometimes also us, the governmental services, have a bit of difficulties connecting. Of course, it's important for the national and international cooperation, and what we really emphasize always is the social relevance. So it's not that the intangible heritage is important per se, but because of what it means to its bearers, as we call them, the individuals, groups, and the societies, and why these traditions are also relevant today, when we live in a totally different way, with iPad, with I don't know what. So why is still this need that we have to produce something, or to make something, or to use our time in these cultural ways? So this is how we do it in Slovenia. We have the so-called coordinator for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, which is the Slovene Ethnographic Museum. We have the register, which is recording not only the elements, but also the bearers. And this has developed in such a way that now we have a lot of groups and individuals that are joining the already inscribed elements, the already registered elements, and this is like an incentive how this awareness raising, if you want, this horrible word, how this is going on. So a lot of the communities and society as such is becoming aware of it because of the bearers are joining in. So we first started to have the monuments. So these are the intangible heritage of national significance, but then we figured out that this was not really a good parallel. So what is the one to be sort of lifted up from all the other registered elements? For us, this was UNESCO, so it was a sort of singling out what is also important internationally, but of course this in some ways doesn't really go well with the convention. So you see, so far we have 115 inscribed registered elements. 3 are in the pipeline that are very close to my heart. One is, let's say, partisan songs, because this is something that is still very much living. One is sort of jazz, popular music, jazz improvisation, and Slovenian songs, and one is again in the sphere of oral traditions. And I'm telling you that because we have, as you see, a lot, and this is what usually people understand as intangible cultural heritage. There's a lot of, let's say, craftsmanship. This is something that is quite predominant, while we would really like to sort of shift the focus towards the knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe. That was also mentioned, because we are not aware that this is also a part of the whole system. But of course, the ethical principles were already mentioned. We are very, very much strict about that, so we are really acting upon the incentive from the field. We sort of never say it, you know, you deserve it, because if they don't recognize that what they are doing is actually the intangible heritage, is something that is special, that is some cultural practice, then it can't be it. we also, our register is also geo-referenced. So this is also helping us to sort of put it on the map, if you want. So this was done after we did a major EU-funded project. So it's also, the intangible heritage is sort of referenced on the map. And this also helps with the visibility. And this is how, let's say, some of the inscriptions look like. There are short descriptions, there are links, there are maps, and so on. So these are some of the examples that I ask my colleagues to put forward. And this is what we did so far this year, and I have some copies here of our publication on the register. There was also a big get-together, the Congress, the LACE Congress in Nova Gorica. But I wanted to talk about the beekeeping, because this is an element that is very well known, and it actually talks about a lot of the issues that we're dealing with. And I wanted to explain why we decided to put up a national nomination, and this is because you see there are several entries in our register. So the diapason of practices really goes. So it's in the oral tradition, it's traditional art. So there's a lot of this, and it's also very contemporary, let's say, with apitherapy now. These are the domains under the convention that it covers. When we started working with the beekeepers, it was all about the past, the big names of the past, you know, the male beekeepers that actually, you know, did the whole story and the history and, you know, Austro-Hungarian Empire and how it went on. But of course, we really emphasize these social practices. And of course, a lot of the, let's say, of the practices that they didn't even consider to be worth mentioning. One is beekeeping for disabled people, innovation in beehives, and so on. So there are a lot of practices that actually correspond to the Sustainable Development Goals, and we really emphasize the life on land, the SDG 15. While the beekeepers usually talk about, especially now, let's say, food safety, which is then connected also to good health and well-being. So I'm sort of taking the same slides from the ICH website just to invite you to take a look at it, because it's really interactive. You can see how it connects. And this was probably the biggest festive event that was connected to ICH when we handed over the certificate, the original certificate of the inscription, and also we made 115 copies or facsimile. So the local beekeepers society came, and this was really a source of proudness, and it was a true festive event. So it was a celebration of communities. And then I wanted to talk about the Lipis and horse breeding tradition, because this is the project that we did together, a beautiful one, a complex one, a very, very complex one. And not only for historical and political reasons, but also because we really wanted to emphasize the content that is relevant under the convention, rather than talk about husbandry, rather to talk about animals, the infrastructure, the architecture, and so on, and to make it really relevant also for the future. So if you have time, maybe you can take a look at it. I think it's a beautiful film also that we did together, so we are very proud of it. So as you see the countries here, and you understand how the historical connection and how we actually came together to talk about this common heritage, as we say. So these again are the domains under the convention, so it's much more again than the animal training. It's a lot about social practices that are maybe not so evident also to people who practice it. And again, this chart that really shows you how the SDGs are then connected, and how this emphasis on the environment, not only because it's the picturesque, landscapes, and how the Lipizan horse actually got the name from lipa, which is a linden tree. So this is why this picture there. But it has to do a lot about our relationship to animals, to environment, so the planet, the domain that we were talking about. So this is what we are probably, this is the situation, or let's say probably one of the future focuses of the convention. I don't know if you've heard, but we had a terrible flooding event, a terrible flooding incident in Slovenia. 3/4 of the country were flooded, and a lot of the, let's say, the bearers were affected as well. So let's say that we are accustomed to record damage from weather conditions that is, let's say, that is to immovable heritage. So we know how to record damage in buildings, in the landscape, to the museum, to the archives materials. We are very much accustomed to do that. But how to respond that in terms of living heritage and the bearers? So we immediately turn to them, ask them if they were affected in terms, again, of physical damage. So if their if their homes were affected, if their, I don't know, community centers where they meet were affected. But we cannot actually calculate, because we need to calculate, of course, in this, evidence-based world. You need to calculate what is the damage. What does it cost then in euros to come back to the previous state? So this is a huge challenge for us. Only today we have the deadline to prepare our estimate for the Solidarity Fund for the EU, and you know how this is done then. But how, again, to record that, what intangible heritage means to the communities, how they will be able to recover, let's say, in these expressions where they're doing in the physical spaces, how, let's say, the 800 people that are part of the Škofja Loka Passion Play, our first inscription, will be able to participate the whole year to prepare for the big Passion Play performance that takes place in 5 years. Probably not, because the Poljanska Valley was one of the most affected. So we have already been approached and asked, how can we help them? Can they postpone it for a year? Is that feasible? Costumes are safe, their objects are safe, but will people have the energy to actually devote their time if they have to rebuild their houses? So these are a lot of practical questions that we are dealing with. We don't think that there's a system in place, or at least we don't have that experience as much as we have, let's say, with physical damage, as I've said. So I think that this will also be quite a discussion maybe on the European level, because now Spain, Greece, the climate crisis is really taking its toll, and it's not a 100-year event, but it's maybe 2 or 3 years now. So this is what I wanted to sort of pose as a challenge for the future, rather to have an answer to it. So again, ICH for us, it's a celebration of the bearers and communities, and this is something that we would really like to insist on. My time's up. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Spela, and we really strongly appreciate that you joined our symposium. Because keď sme sa dohovárali so Špelou, že či príde, tak práve prepukli povodne v Slovinsku a rozumieme jej, lebo povedala, tak všetko iné mám na rozum, ale neísť na nejaké sympózium. So once again, thank you very much. A máme ďalšiu kolegyňu, dúfam, že na linke, pretože sa online spojíme do Litvy. A ja poprosím našu tiež milú kolegyňu a priateľku Mildu Valenčiavskiene z Litovskej národnej komisie pre UNESCO.
Lithuanian Ministry of Culture to start her presentation. Hopefully we are connected and we can see each other.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, it's okay. We are. Yes.
Okay. So, dobrý deň. Ďakujem za prezentáciu.
Thank you very much for the
sorry if I did not pronounce well in Slovak, so I switched also to English. So thank you very much, dear Juraj and Ljubica, for a very kind invitation to take part in this event, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the UNESCO Convention. This convention, which makes a huge impact in strengthening communities and empowering them. Of course, it's a pity that I cannot attend physically this event to meet you, everyone, and you, Juraj, Ljubica, and Spela, and others. But I will try to present my presentation from distance. And as I understand, you will help me with a slideshow, isn't it? Maybe you could display then the first slide. Thank you very much. So in my brief presentation, I will try to give a very general look into the pre-conventional context of the national legislation related to traditional culture in Lithuania since 90s and until the convention time, 2003. And also I will question whether we can really consider it as a pre-conventional context of the past, or maybe we are still in the same pot. If not, my question is whether these, from one side, past folkloristic local and national approaches, and from another side, global concepts of ICH, are compatible between them. Then I will briefly present the most noticeable results of the impacts of the convention, international inscriptions and national inventory in Lithuania, giving some examples of working methods of the inventory and some maybe good practices of regional cooperation. So the next slide, please. So to start, I would remind that in the epoch of the national independence movement in the 90s, the field of traditional culture, folklore, folk culture, was of crucial importance in Lithuania and maybe also in the whole region. It was in a way a continuation of interwars processes of self-constructing and self-defining as ethno-cultural nations. And it was characteristic to the most of states of Eastern Europe based on romantic interpretation of folklore, ethnicity, language, history, and mythology. So the main act of national legislation in the field of traditional culture, folklore, folk culture in Lithuania was mostly influenced by ethnocentric approach. Therefore, as you see one extract of our main law, we have still this double-edged and quite ambiguous notion of the nation, of the definition of the field in general, and in this definition, the very important notion of the nation in the law, mentioning ethnos in the brackets. In fact, it's meaning the titular ethnos, like Lithuanians, and it contradicts to the open meaning of the nation as it is. So the next slide, please. We also have another law, national law, we had it in 2007, focused on the products and stimulation of the craftsman, which has, of course, its advantages in itself, together with a very strict system of control of ethnicity criteria, duration of a tradition, etc. This law regulates the system of certification of the products of national heritage and its database. It also has its kind of inventory or register. And in practice, besides the general aims of stimulating crafts, the law acts via a system named a classificator, consisting of number of quite tight requirements, limitations, and specifications about the technologies and shapes to be used for producing authentic types of products of national heritage. And the next slide, please. So in 2004, Lithuania was among the first 9 countries to ratify the convention, and such an immediate ratification would presuppose that the notion and the concept of ICH, Intangible Cultural Heritage, has been inherently and entirely recognized by the society in Lithuania and its heritage preservation system. But in fact, maybe not publicly, but in various inner contexts, it was revealed some dissonance in understanding traditional culture as ICH, considering UNESCO approach as, in a way, outlandish, somehow imported, maybe even too cosmopolitical paradigm, bringing a new terminology in comparison with the previously rooted system of Lithuanian ethnic culture. The next slide, please. And in reality, these two parallel approaches still do exist, and it is supported from one side by the National Legal Acts and the lively paradigm of folklore, and regulated by Global Legal Act. And from another side, it's supported by the UNESCO Convention. And both two parallel approaches still keep functioning, opposing to themselves, and very often focusing on the same elements and trying to sometimes to achieve the main aims. The next slide, please. So coming back to the impact or results of the convention, some numbers and facts. So we have 3 inscriptions on the representative list. Then we had a very long pause, almost 13 years, after 2010 until now, and it was related probably to a very long drawn process of the inventory establishing. As a very first draft concept of inventory was focused mainly on folklore, extinct traditions, or even archival documenting approach. But this approach was finally withdrawn. So the first inscriptions reflect the most emblematic understanding of national cultural heritage. The convention for the state being a tool bringing the most important national symbols on the international stage and offering an easy source of cultural tourism for the international and diplomatic representation. The next slide, please. So we had about these pre-first inscriptions. So we have the tradition of making and visiting abundantly carved wooden crosses in various memory spaces and sacral locations. The tradition which was a symbol of culture in the interwars period. Then we had song and dance celebrations, multinational nomination, tradition of massive singing and dancing, which was originated from the interwar period, but mainly strongly developed and supported by socialist ideology as well. And thirdly, the third inscription was Sutartinės, multi-part singing, a revived tradition at some period of time, almost extinct and revitalized by the folklore movement in 80s and famous by its archaic forms. And finally, we are waiting for the next inscription. So after 13 years, which will happen hopefully this year in Botswana. It is a craft, straw garden making, straw decoration making. And this first eventual inscription of this element really was for the first time initiated by the communities themselves. Who gathered in a strong association, NGO of practitioners, and this time the process of the nomination, preparing, etc. This time it's not initiated by the states, it was initiated by the communities and with a very strong participation of communities. So we really hope that it will succeed. The next slide, please. And I think that this change of attitude when communities take a more active part in the whole process, I think it was resulted because of the establishment of the inventory and the whole process of its developing. It has, in the beginning, it has been established in as a quite sophisticated informational system, regulated database. But with time, thanks to the efforts of the main administrator, the Lithuanian National Culture Center, it became quite effective and useful tool for strengthening communities, raising awareness, discussing very challenging issues regarding ICH on national and local levels. Of course, there are still many weaknesses, for instance, applications by minorities or joint applications by several communities, as well as multinational nominations are not very numerous. Folkloristic approach, stage representations are quite frequent in applications. Experts within the commission responsible for the inscription often demand maybe too excessive evidences of archaism or authenticity, even if it is not written in the criteria of the national inventory. However, the comprehension of ICH among the experts coming from folklore field is gradually changing. For example, such challenging issues about related to minorities representation in various traditions. For example, in 2018, after heated debates, one archaic element, the Easter mystery play, having very strong anti-Semitic aspects, despite of numerous defenders, was not finally inscribed on the national inventory. Another case was quite opposite in 2022, one spring carnival having some aspects of intolerant representation of minorities was inscribed after the dialogue process with the practitioners, which followed the recommendations of the commission in the future to reflect and to discuss on the purpose of such representations within communities, etc. So we'll see how it will proceed, how it will develop. The next slide, please. So how the national inventory, how it works. The Ministry of Culture, of course, sets policy strategies and regulations. Lithuania National Culture Center, the main administrator of inventory, is responsible for developing this tool. I think the most important function and the most important activity which is led by the center is that they constantly organize these workshops, seminars, capacity building activities, building partnerships with local administrators and communities, and really had very strong partnerships on local level. And of course, we have the Commission of Intangible Cultural Heritage Inventory, which is consulting body and taking decisions. And also, we succeeded that the Lithuanian Cultural Foundation, after the inscriptions, I mean, if the element is inscribed on the national element, it provides support from the Lithuanian Cultural Foundation, not automatically, but the projects related to the elements of national inventory get kind of priority in the process of evaluation. The next slide, please. On the local level, we have 54 active local inventory administrators, and it is from 60 municipalities, so it's really covered by almost the whole territory of Lithuania, and they really are in very good partnership with the Lithuania National Culture Center. The next slide, please. And which is also very important that I think the activities of promotion of inventory are very important. That means that in Lithuania we have this annual ceremony once per year in the city town hall. We have the ceremony of awards of certificates for the inscribed elements and for the communities of barriers. It's very important as an event for municipalities, for the chiefs of the municipalities, local and national authorities. So it's really a very good. It's a traditional already what we are following, and often, not always, but often, the ceremony is also broadcasted by our national Lithuanian national radio and television. The next slide, please. Besides various other projects and programs implemented by various stakeholders, communities, I think it's a very good example of the direct result of the convention, because after the discussions with the cultural center in Klaipėda, it's the third big city of Lithuania, we decided just to organize since 2017. I think it was the first time the traditional festival of focused only on intangible cultural heritage, only on the inscribed elements on UNESCO list or on the national inventories. So it's really a big festival, a huge festival. It differs from other folklore festivals because the approach is really related to ICH approach. So if you get invitations to this festival, go there without doubting. It's very well organized and really true celebration of ICH, which comes to present their tradition from all over the world. The next slide, please. We also very glad, very happy about this cooperation with our partners in other Baltic and Nordic states. This convention inspired the building of this Nordic-Baltic network of ICH. It's made developing the website presenting good safeguarding practices from 8 countries, including Greenland, Ireland, and Faroe Islands. In this website, we have already 6 practices from Lithuania, which are published in this website. It's a kind of good opportunity for us because, for instance, we have no inscriptions on the list of good practices. I mean, the list, international list of UNESCO. And also, during these last years, a 10 states project living on sustainability in ICH involved many practitioners and stakeholders from these 10 states, inviting to taking part to take part in discussions, and also it was an opportunity to implement local pilot projects on ICH and sustainability. I think it was a very good and inspiring example of cooperation, sub-regional or regional. The next slide. And to conclude, I would say really very briefly that despite of different approaches, local, national, folkloristic, or maybe just also approach which is tending to heritage justice, the traditions to fix or to conserve them. But thanks to the flexibility of the convention and its openness as a standard setting instrument, which is really a very which presenting a very modern way how to deal, how to work with the tradition, how to develop preservation heritage systems. So I think that that different approaches can somehow cooperate between them, and it gives it gives inspiration for not only for practitioners and communities, but also for administrators of cultural heritage, various stakeholders, authorities, etc. It's really a concept who changes minds, but in very in a very wise and pluralistic and global way. And really the final slide now. So I would like to take this occasion also to share with you about one event who is coming, approaching on the 9th October. We will, together with other NGOs and partners, we will open the mural, which is called Neslamna, Unbreakable, which will appear on one wall in the city of Vilnius, in one of the wall of building, and it's of course it's dedicated to the freedom of Ukraine, to the importance of ICH also in the fight for freedom, in the fight for strengthening cultural identity, about the also it's dedicated to this cultural identity in general, and it also will also celebrate the 20th anniversary of the convention. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be grateful for all your question if you have to.
Thank you very much, Milda. And now, if you have some question to Špela or Milda, dear colleague, friends, take the floor. Ak sa chcete niečo spýtať,
if you want to ask anything, please feel free.
Dora.
Thank you for these presentations. And yes, here. Is it good? Okay. So I have a question to Milda about this Lithuanian Cultural Foundation. Could you tell us some more details about this foundation? Is it a support to the communities or to the institution? And what kind of support is it? Is it an application? And who is the member? Who are the members of the decision peoples? And what is the aim of this support? I mean, what kind of program is supported in this foundation? Sorry, thank you.
Thank you for the question. It is the main cultural foundation of Lithuania. Most of cultural projects, applications of cultural projects are submitted to this cultural foundation. It has been established by the Ministry of Culture, and this foundation have many programs of support, visual arts, media arts, children involvement, etc., etc. Many programs, and one of these programs is dedicated to intangible cultural heritage. And I think maybe already I don't know 5 years or maybe ago, we just succeeded just to put this priority direction. I mean, when evaluating projects in the field of intangible cultural heritage, that means that if it is inscribed in the national heritage, that means that it's recognized as a very valuable tradition and community. And this community, if they apply to the foundation, they get support. But of course, they should have some institution established to be able to apply this foundation. It's not possible to support financially physical persons. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay, Dora says thank you.
Ďakujem, Dora. Are there any other questions?
Nie je? Dobre, tak veľmi pekne vám ďakujem za toto prvé kolo, ktoré
Thank you very much for this first round.
Podľa programu máme coffee break, máme prestávku.
According to the program, we have a coffee break now.
Vás poprosím, ak máte zariadenia na tlmočenie,
if you have the interpretation devices, please leave it here. You can have a coffee or something sweet to eat.
Z Kovačice nás pozývajú tu na chodbu na vernisáž výstavy.
And our colleagues from Kovačica are inviting us for the vernissage in the premises. Hopefully we will meet here on time. There are still questions we cannot answer now, but hopefully all of you will stay by evening. Therefore the questions will be answered throughout the rest of the program. And the puppet master are inviting us for the vernissage. 15:40 we should meet here again. Thank you.
Dobre. Budeme pokračovať trošku s malým oneskorením a aj to trošku poposúvame program.
We will continue and we have a slight delay.
Ja som uvádzal tú prvú časť, tak
and maybe a bit changing the program.
Začneme s tým druhú časť, lebo je to veľmi
dôležitý príspevok. So we will start with the second part, but it's a very important
magistru Barboru Morongovú, PhD.
Contribution. I welcome our dear friend, PhD Barbara Morongova, and then I will hand over to Mrs. Volanska, and she will continue to moderate the second part, the bearers of these elements, and you can talk about your activities. Dr. Morongova.
Dobrý deň, ďakujem za pozvanie.
Good afternoon. Well, I would be very happy to speak about the best practices and what the NGOs are doing, but now I'm here to represent the Ministry of Culture, so I have a more formal contribution about the context, how the implementation is going on during this 20-year period. The title, Living Lived Life Heritage, this is in the context of what Lucas said, that we are finally getting into practice this terminology, which hasn't been so much anchored here, and the translations could be very different. So that's why I used all the three terms, living, lived, and live, can contain some varieties of or alternations of, but in the past we were used to another different terminology. So I will be talking about the official instruments of state policy. The central authority for the implementation of this convention is the Ministry of Culture, and the role of the ministry is enshrined in defined in the law. And the part which is related to our topic is the cultural and educational part, and also the folk craft production. We also develop draft bills, and this is the main role of our ministry, although the law about intangible cultural heritage does not exist. But what are the legislative instruments which we have at hand? I will talk about in my contribution. Then the elaboration of conceptual documents for the protection and development of intangible cultural heritage and traditional folk culture, and last but not least, also the provision of subsidies to a broad range of applicants, although we do have also other instruments. Part of the range of instruments for the implementation of the convention, we have institutional, legislative and financial instruments, and I will focus on each of those. A key one, as far as the legislation is concerned, is the Constitution of the Slovak Republic, which defines the protection and safeguarding of the cultural heritage, also including the intangible, though not explicitly mentioned. Then we have this competence law, which is defining what is the competence of the Ministry of Culture, and also which are the competences of the municipalities. Another important piece of legislation is the one from 1958 about the folk art production, which is the oldest piece of law which is still effective, although many things which it brought are no longer valid, so some revision would be certainly welcomed. Then we have another act on the protection of the Monument Fund. It may not be relevant, but it speaks about the knowledge about the folk architecture and things which this law protects. Then we have the Act on Museums and Galleries and the protection of cultural value objects. So this is what is represented by the artifacts. So if we talk about the collections, another piece of legislation is also the Act on the State Language, because intangible heritage includes the oral expressions, and also the Act on the use of the languages of national minorities, and then copyright law. And in this context, I would like to mention that the objects on the phenomena of traditional culture are not explicitly under this law because they belong to everybody and there is no limitation. But in the practice, we see that also with respect to communities, they contact us and they said they would need a protection because they see a misuse, but the copyright or the authorship is being protected, and what was produced by the people, so as a folk production, this is not something which would be explicitly attributable to individuals. So the topics of intellectual property are things which are being discussed in many countries and globally. So the instrument of protection to be found, which would be part of the cultural heritage, this is going to be more and more in demand. Intangible cultural heritage, I would like to also point at Act from 2015 on the cultural and educational activities, because this one is the one which implements the term intangible cultural heritage, because it says that part of the cultural and educational activity is this intangible cultural heritage, and the ministry is the founder of two institutions, and there is a National Educational Center and also the Folklorist, which is the second institution, and also the amendment of this law brought provision of funding for different competitions in this spectrum of activities. That means that this act also contains how these competitions are funded. Part of this law is also that the National Center is led by the center which we know as Slovakiana, a website which should be also connected to Europeana, which would have the results of digitalization work, and other stakeholders are involved in these efforts. The law also brings the possibility to establish different specialized centers of folk culture, awareness raising centers. We have one in Mijava, in Detva, and then in Rožňava. The institutional tools or instruments, I will talk about those which are belonging to the Ministry of Culture. The key one is the Slovak Folk Art Collective, and this center first was established, and it was just one person in 2008, and then from 2010 it was under Art Collective and under coordination, so now it's under a different name, and it is also a key partner for us for this event. Another one, ULUV. This is competent for the craft and craftsmanship, and also the already mentioned National Outreach Center, and indirectly there are also other professional and non-professional entities representing some of this folk art, either Lučnica, Ifjusivek, and then other ones like Slovak National Museum, which has 18 specialized museums, including one focusing on the national minorities, then puppet culture and toys, historical museum, musical museum related to bagpipe and other inscriptions. Plus, the Slovak National Library is administering different collections, and also the Film Institute, which has a number of audio and visual heritage under its custody. Plus, there is also for visually impaired people Slovak Library, If we talk about that we are disseminating this information, it's important to be able to disseminate it also to persons who are visually impaired, and that's why I mentioned also this library, specialized library. As far as financial instruments are concerned, first of all, the ministry provides financing to the organizations founded by the ministry, and plus there is a budgetary source. Then there is a subsidy system, but there have been some changes already introduced. For us, what is relevant is the architectural, folk architecture part of this. And then there are some money allocated to people who are also handicapped and are working in this field. And there are some funds, fund for supporting the art, for identification, archiving, and presentation of the intangible cultural heritage. Plus, there is a fund for the promotion of culture of national minorities and audiovisual fund. The finances coming from the state budget and made a contribution to safeguard the cultural heritage. There was a big digitization project. Part of it was a SLUK ensemble and also digital museum, where some of their phenomena were digitized, like Roma culture was supported as part of this project. So now it's only being maintained. Some of them continue in their activity. Some have declined their documentation activity. Another package which was related to the promotion of creative potential in the region by promoting crafts was the mediator for the priority axis 3, mobilization of creative potential, and there is also a free Wednesday access to museums for the public, so that also people who do not have the money for this, that they can visit museums and other institutions. Strategic and conceptual material, we have the ratified UNESCO Convention, which, as it was mentioned, we ratified it in 2006. As a next step, the ministry established this participative body, the Council for the Protection of Intangible Cultural Heritage. The concept of taking care of the traditional cultural heritage. And in 2019, because of the extension of the operational directives which implemented the sustainable development, we had to respond to this as a country. So the concept of sustainable development of intangible cultural heritage for the period 2020 to 25. Plus, we have also an assessment report, because we, as a member country, we have to submit it to UNESCO. The latest document, which is related to cultural heritage, is the Strategy of Culture and Creative Industry by 2030, which was adopted just recently. But there is still a clause missing, which is which has not been approved, because at the moment we have just a temporary government, and we still have a task to create or develop a national action plan for the sustainable development of intangible cultural heritage for the period 24 and 25. We intended to do it, but it was said that we need to wait, and first a major document has to be approved, and we will put it into details in this action plan. the sustainable development. For those who are not familiar with this, in the social development, it is like safety of meals, healthcare, quality of education, gender equality, and the access to clean and safe water. When this got to UNESCO, we were maybe surprised what is the relevance of this, but it is closely related to intangible cultural heritage, and for every bullet point we would find relevance anywhere in the world, how the knowledge about this really contributes to these goals. In the area of economic development, and in the area of mutual
a riešenia problémov, ktoré to prináša. Odolnosť voči prírodným katastrofám, ktoré tu dnes spomenuté boli, zmena klímy a samozrejme nemenej dôležitá aj oblasť mieru a bezpečnosti. Naozaj v čase, keď to bolo prijaté, nebola tá vojna tak blízko nás, ale dnes si oveľa viac uvedomujeme, že prevencia a riešenie sporov, obnovenie mieru a bezpečnosti, to sú všetko relevantné témy.
All these are relevant topics, and Slovakia also had to participate in this, and we applied to secure the resilience of the refugees, and therefore they are able to sustain the crisis. When it comes to the state authorities, the topic is really very wide, and I would like to say that the partners are not only the Ministry of Culture, but also from other ministries. The key stakeholders is the Ministry of Education, which is definitely important in the area of research and development, but also in the area of artistic education, dual education, elementary art schools. So these are all topics for the Ministry of Education, and we know that the collaboration needs to be way more intense, and we are in communication with the Ministry of Education, and we have a memorandum which will be signed, and hopefully this government has the will, and hopefully in the upcoming 2 weeks this memorandum will be signed. But I would like also to say that the results of the concept already brought very successful collaboration, and one of these successes was the topic of innovative regional culture. In this year, we have already started with a new curriculum reform, and we would like to react to it, and we're trying to find our ways how to be, as the cultural sector, to be helpful when it comes to its implementation, in order to participate way more with an offer for the pupils themselves. Besides the Ministry of Education, there is also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is very important for us when it comes to cultural diplomacy, and also collaboration with institutions, Ministry of Transportation in the context of intangible cultural heritage, in cooperation of tourism, Ministry of Agriculture. We also have many common topics, for example, breeding of animals, hunting, fisheries, but also breeding of crops. These are all the topics for the Ministry of Agriculture, or for example, breeding of falcons. These are all topics we are interested in. Ministry of Agriculture and of Environment. We have also many topics. Ministry of Health, even though the legislation still doesn't open the topic of folk medicine, we are discussing the topics of using teas and etc., because this we also consider to be intangible heritage. It is not only the state authorities, but also municipalities and the actions of municipalities and the third sector, NGOs. But we should not forget about the barriers of the intangible cultural heritage, which are the really key stakeholders in able to help the implementation. When it comes to the institutions, Mr. Hamar was supposed to be speaking more about this topic, so I don't know whether I'm supposed to continue maybe in the discussions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Marongova. She already showed us a very beautiful framework how to proceed forward. And it was very interesting when we spoke about the reports for UNESCO when it comes to safeguarding of the heritage on a national level. All the European countries are facing the same difficulties. For example, non-functional collaboration of ministries, and at the same time, low awareness about the tools which could help us to preserve and safeguard the heritage. But maybe this has to do with a low knowledge and low awareness level. This is not only our topic, but many European countries are facing the same troubles. Are we using the intangible cultural heritage and culture with a capital letter at the same time? This also can be a topic for discussion. We have also overlapping topics, but let's move forward. Barbara already showed us who is important, and I already said at the beginning that this convention deals with an individual as well, as a bearer of a tradition. Therefore, I would like to ask the representative of an institution, but also cultural heritage creating individual, the representative of ULUV, and we will be speaking about the School of Handcraft. The floor is yours. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm really happy for receiving the opportunity to address you today, and I would like to show you what I have been dealing for the past years, and these are the handcrafts, the traditional handcrafts. We will be speaking about the intangible cultural heritage, but this is really a living thing for me that has lived in myself for many years. The ULUV School of Handcraft is a part of the institution. We are under in the competence of the Ministry of Culture, because as an institution itself, we are trying to preserve the handcraft. We are systematically trying to safeguard the bearers of these handcrafts and all those who are very important for us. And we're trying to develop the traditional handcraft, and our objective is the sustainability for future. So we're trying to connect it with the design, so it's overlapping to design matters, and we're trying to preserve what is beautiful for us. So there is a whole complex of care for the tradition. The School of Handcrafts has formed in the 20th century, in the 80s of the 20th century, and we started, we were starting to safeguard the producers and all those who secure the protection of the handcraft, but we have developed thanks to the political situation in the 90s, that ULUV opened and became a more cultural institution, and therefore in 1999, as the School of Handcrafts, we have formed the first courses for the general public, laymen, and also for the experts. We started to teach the handcraft. Also, the education became one of the parts, one of the bearers of the traditional handcrafts. What is important for us, for the school, is that we preserve and we're trying to develop the traditional handcrafts as a part of the cultural heritage, and this protection is taking place in 3 regional schools of handcrafts. The first one emerged in 1999 in Bratislava. At present, we have
a very wide range of educational activities in terms of traditional culture. Second center has been established in Banska Bystrica, and it's focused on of those techniques that are threatened, that could extinct. And the third, the latest, has emerged in 2013 in Košice, and we have also workshops, and we are profiling the center as an overlapping center of design and handcrafts. We are collaborating with universities, dealing with design matters. What is very important and an integral part of our action is to support all expert departments, because without mapping of what we have done from 1945, that we have been collecting items. So we created a database of all the photographs, manuals, and all this we can use in our centers in order to increase the quality of education, and we want to be teaching the handcrafts in a complex way, and we want to preserve our tradition. In 2015, we managed to get into the Slovak list, and also we are trying to get into the best practices of UNESCO. When it comes to education, why it is so essential for us? It's a systemic long-term education in the area of traditional handcraft. The target groups from the foundation of schools are adults, children, seniors, retired people, but we are still in the area of informal leisure activity. Even though our name is the School of Handcrafts, all our participants love our schools because we are traditional and at the same time non-traditional, and we have many enthusiasts who attend our venues. What is important for the quality of our education is to have quality tutors. So we need to have those people who are handcraft professionals and at the same time are teaching. And for the past 25 years, we have a very functional scheme. The participant of the course becomes a tutor, and at the same time, they are becoming producers. What is really necessary to say is an internal control of the processes. When it comes to the criteria of quality, is a unified methodology. What is taught in Bratislava has to be the same in Košice and in Banska Bystrica. At the same time, we have equipment. If somebody wants to attend our courses, doesn't need anything, we give them everything. For us, it is important that we use a personal attitude, personal approach, and the content of the course needs to be in line with the timely manner of this education. We have field trips for the pupils in kindergartens or any person who is interested. We will show them how these handcrafts work. We have creative workshops where our tutors, our teachers show the techniques. And what is really essential to say, in an hour and a half, kids have a possibility to get in touch with the materials, with the tools, and also what is important to say, that these kids are leaving with a produced product, so they can be proud of themselves that they produce something by their own hands, and this is really of key importance for us. Here you can see a few samples what our kids are producing. The courses for children are organized for 5 to 6 children. We would like to emphasize that we want to teach kids how to be creative, how to draw, how to paint. We show them the technique and they use their creativity. During the summertime, we don't hesitate. We have daycare camps where kids can get in touch with the handcrafts. Children are from 8 to 9 years and then 10 to 15 years of age. What is important for us, at the end, we organized an exhibition where the children can show to the others that really I managed to produce this by myself, and the atmosphere is really great. When it comes to the courses for adults, the target groups are composed of beginners, but also from advanced professionals who want to get better in what they do. We have many kinds of courses, short-term, long-term, intense, less intense, but what is important is the contents. We really keep the quality at a very high level. And we are using many items which are registered in the lists of handcrafts, for example, lacing, fuyara pipes, almost extinct techniques. Really, we have many techniques. Majority of the long-term courses are being accredited by the Ministry of Education, so the graduates of these courses receive a certificate. I will move forward. Besides the education for adults, we are also working with other target groups, for example, the teachers or lecturers, and we are organizing repeated courses, and we have the representation of 3 regional workplaces. We can manage the whole territory of Slovakia, and these courses are tailor-made. They are, from one point of view, theory-based, and many of the people are mainly interested in the practice because they want to use the techniques they learn also when teaching their pupils. Activities at festivals are also a part of using our techniques in practice, and the impact is really for us very important in order to spread the awareness. And we really have many skilled participants, and our graduates are subsequently forming clubs of handcrafts. We have 6 clubs in individual particular regional centers. They're also collaborating with designers, visual artists, and we are also collaborating with them at the level of producers, and hopefully the handcrafts will be living. Thank you very much for your attention.
Tá časomiera je veľmi stresujúca. Veľmi stresujúca. Súhlasím s tebou. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne pani Holanovej.
Thank you very much, and please keep your questions because after 3 presentations we will have a Q&A session. Just a bridging element. What is interesting about Ulu, they're trying to find the balance between how to preserve the techniques and folk techniques, and this is the part of the heritage, and at the same time, in connection with design, it is looking for the living part, and in our UNESCO, we use our term musification, so somehow to digitize it and capture it in some form, and then to work with it so it stays as a living object. And then I would be interested if Spela and Dora would know. Maybe we will ask during the discussion part whether they have any such institution to get some more inspiration for us. Now I would like to ask Mr. Babka. We'll move to Serbia, and then hopefully we'll have more time to look at the exhibition. Thank you for your patience to continue listening.
Well, we are a minority, and if you are born somewhere in the world and your language, your mother tongue is as a minority language, that person has a need, greater need, for them to be understood by the majority. So the Slovak minority living in Serbia has found one way how to do that. And that is by expressions through this insight or naive art. This was something which was created here in Slovakia, in Bratislava, when this triennale was organized by the National Gallery. The other places of the world call it a naive art. So the first exhibition was in 1928 in Paris. And the French, when they didn't know what to do, they got Henry Rousseau, and this was good for them, and also his pictures was like that. So Picasso made the income, and then it was somehow lost and spread to Yugoslavia, where it arrived somewhere in the 30s. And even the oldest piece of art which we have and hold and which we consider to be part of this heritage is from 1936. The first exhibition in Kovačica was in 1952, when we celebrated 150th anniversary of establishing this village. They said that this group knows how to dance, then music, and then we have the painters. So they made an exhibition. So since then, for 70 years, we have been organizing this exhibition of the naive art. In Kovačica, it is more about women than men, because we are Lutherans, Protestants, and the men just a white shirt and black suit and nothing in colors. And the women had to make their clothing themselves, and when our predecessor was here in the 50s, so they were living in this countryside, and they saw only green and brown, and they got here, which is all plain land, so they see also yellow. The women still have to make their clothing, and they were including more colors into their dresses. And that Zuzana Chalupova was our most known artist. She wanted to paint and said to the men, "Well, I can do it also. It's not just for you." And the man said to her in the 50s, back there, "Shut up, Zuza. The women are supposed to just sew and make dresses and clothing." And well, don't worry, there was a good ending to this. They had to, of course, women had to make their dresses and decorate it, and they, of course, had a better feeling for doing this. And when the men got afraid, what if the women get organized themselves, and they said, "Zuza, come here. You would become the painter, and you will have the exhibitions." So if this would happen today, they would tell her, "Well, just do it, try to make paintings, but if they turn around, then there will be a no. But if you are just a minority living in a country, we know in a village, we live in a village, and where we know every single person. So if you know that there is a drunkard there were people who, of course, all the people knew this fact about him. So even today, there are more women as painters, and the man had to think about our other things, because in the village, living in the village, there are things to do and come up with new things.
if you look at her first painting, there's a person kneeling and praying, and there's a mace in front of. We, as men, want to marry younger women, but as a statistics, the women live longer. So after the man dies, so what is the woman supposed to do? Still wait and just weep until she also is taken to heaven? So most of us men think this way. So Jonas, when he was still healthy and running around, Ursula, Anders, Brigitte Bardot, we have a documentation. What does it mean to be very famous? So while he was still running around with his picture, and then when he was weak and old, he knows that what his experience was. At the time when he was painting these pieces of art, when we get to this age, you know how we change in our thinking. The young men, of course, they are painting more young people who are in love, and practical painters, of course, also share who or how they characterize fellow painters. So they say there's no more insight or no more naive art. And this identification has never been identical all over the world. I don't know how to say this, but mostly those socialist countries captured this naive art. It was said that our people were able to work for 8 hours, then 8 hours sleep, and then also 8 hours do some art. Our people were painting, and then it was said that, okay, this is this naive or inside art. In 2018, we were late for adhering to this convention, and it was inscribed in 2016. And now we came up with this idea of intangible. So think about Zuzana Chalpo and those first one. What would they think about this intangible art or heritage? We don't tell the painters what to paint or what not to paint. Some of these pieces of art are somehow too much, or they're overdone. We wanted Kovačica to be a tourist center. We have 7.5 American tourists who come by boat, and they come to have a visit to Kovačica, and they want everything to be high, and the tourists start to influence what is going to be painted. One would say, we would like to have more green here. In 5 minutes later, somebody would suggest, oh, red would be nicer. But we have quite a number of painters, and then after some years, he loses or she loses her or his style. He has to be stubborn. And we do have some of this kind from this generation. Some of them say that those historical ones, they are not looking at those historical painters, but they are just looking what is the latest source. So that's why we approached it in this way, that we established this Center for Digitalization of Insight or Naive Art. Then when you look what was painted in the 50s, 60s of the last century, And then we can have a look whether this new generation can have a say into this and anything new into this. As I said, we are a minority living there. We are not running after everything what is new, but we are trying to keep to the things which are old or traditional. We can see it also here on the painters. If you get a husband to a next village and all these ladies are still using the traditional language or archaic language, we welcome always such persons. Also, that you invited me here, it is good, and I can speak Slovak, but not perfect, of course, and I can read the Slovak websites. And Juraj Hamar is here, and on Monday he was back in Kovačica with us. And the ministry said that we actually got the first part of this project, and we have to get involved, and we must be much better to be second so that we can follow the subject. So thank you again for inviting me to this seminar and for you to listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavel Babka from the Babka Foundation from Kovačica. And we would really appreciate if our minorities were more active. We would receive more proposals for an application of a minority. So you are really a role model for us. And really your speech was a role modeling speech when it comes to what we've already spoke about for the community of the bearers, that the identity is created through the paintings, for example, and it's supposed to be for everyone, even for the eldest generations, and even the eldest generations can participate. For example, it can be one bearer, one man or one woman. You already mentioned the tourism and its problems, and this is why I think that the UNESCO as a platform, or the convention as a platform of interchange of information, it's great that you can see that you are not alone, and all the communities which are collaborating in the area of art and culture, all these communities are having the same issues. So let's try to find inspiration and let's exchange our knowledge. But I'm talking too much, and I'm ending with the topic of UNESCO as an inspiration. I would like to ask, maybe now it's the time for discussion. Are you having any questions towards each other? Please talk, because I'm a little bit tired already. How is it with education, or generally with the living heritage in Slovenia? Is it a part of the formal or informal education?
I have to say that we have a very good system of, let's say, informal education in schools. We call them, I don't, yeah. Can you please move? Yeah, sorry. So it's about clubs. You know, it's a part of the school education, but it's not the formal curricula. So it's after the morning sessions, let's say, that children join clubs. So one of the biggest clubs, they are beekeeping clubs. There are around 200 around. This is really huge. There are, let's say, lace-making clubs and so on. So there are some subjects that are called sort of voluntary, compulsory subjects that the pupils need to choose out of a list. So among them, there are a couple of topics that you would, could designate as intangible cultural heritage sub-subjects. So this is one. What we like to name as a good practice example is arts education, which is very much developed, and it is as an activity that is sort of horizontal. So this is something that has been going on for years, for a very long time, and every, I don't remember now which month, I think it's April or May, sorry, we have a big festival of arts education where all the cultural institutions come, and it's a fair in our biggest cultural and congress center, and it's intended for school children and for their teachers. So it's a festival, so there is a whole variety of activities that museums offers, that contemporary dance theaters offers, and so on. And it's also a program of lectures and so on. So it's both educational and it's just for them to see what's out there. And we have managed to actually develop the European Heritage Days, which are often connected to ICH, especially this year because it's the year of skills and I don't know how is it called officially. So we have what is now formalized in schools. It's a week of cultural heritage, and each year it has a different topic. So our Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage this year chose the topic of, let's say, dying traditional professions. So there's a lot of craftsmanship and so on. So this is 1 week that is usually going on for the whole month because schools can't really single out 1 week only to talk about cultural heritage. So this is then connected to the European Heritage Days, but it's a special program that they dedicate time to. So it's not
a variety. It's not one single institution, as in our case, but you have a variety. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And maybe Dora, just 2 sentences. How is the situation in Hungary, so we can inspire yourself.
Thank you. So just to okay. So actually, in Hungary, the situation is like the same in Slovenia and maybe in Slovakia, and we have another topic about bobbin lens making, what is in Slovenia as well. And for example, we have this tradition in one village near the Balaton. And in this town, this is the part of curriculum, this tradition. And every children learn this lace making during the elementary school. So this is one part, and we have some workshops, maybe not, this is not workshop, courses, after the school, it's a kind of afternoon program for the children, for example, about the pottery or about the dances and music schools. And we have basic art school, maybe this is the correct English word, which is an afternoon program for the children.
So it's a vocational, like schools afterwards. Yeah. So, in addition to what the Center for Folk Art Production is doing. Okay, thank you very much. Premysleli ste si otázku?
You already thought over the questions. I will not force you to talk. There's no way. Okay. I would like to ask Andrea Jagnerova from the Center of Traditional Art. She's the representative of the center, and she will be speaking about what they do and how they safeguard this topic. Just to give you more details, I'm from the Center of Traditional Arts in Detva, and we are basically a branch of the other cultural center. We have been founded in 2011, and we have been operating for 3 years. We have been curbed a little bit by the pandemic, but we already have certain successes. I'm very happy to present them. The Center of Traditional Art was supposed to be a detached center of the Podpolianske Awareness Center, but I was presenting a concept how to specialize this newly founded organization to research. Now we have a team of 3. We have a short videos prepared for you, and our colleague, who's a technician, is representing us at a fair in Banska Bystrica. We are seated in a very modest building. We only have a small office together with the warehouse, and the employees are also expecting certain things from us. We are organizing folk events in Dětva, and at the same time we have certain commitments towards the institution that has founded us, and we are forced to earn in order to be capable of operating. And our main objective is to document the items of traditional culture, and we were trying to find the ways how to merge all these activities, and we think that the awareness is the most important, and we want to connect it with the results of our research. As an example, I would like to show you a few examples. We made a research about combing of hair, how women and children were making their hair designs of their braids, and we created courses, and we invited not only children but also their grandmothers and grandmothers, and majority of children are participating in cultural events in one very specific braid design. We have many varieties of these hairstyles. We are teaching the children how to create them, and in a very similar way, we taught the participants how to create laces, necklaces, very old pendants, how to teach them how to produce many other old, almost extinct items. And also we had to take, we also had to make a research, field trip researches, and we have very positive relationship to many techniques. We are dealing with the children when it comes to the timely time range. 1/3 of our activities are dealing with children. For example, we have a festival of Roma culture, Dětva folk events. These children fun games, and the parents in Dětva and in the adjacent regions know that they can have their kids in our premises, where their children will be really having a very quality time making handcrafts. In an hour and a half, the children are learning a technique, and they are returning to home with already produced items. We are also presenting our results to many other target groups. Throughout the past year, we visited people from the Lešť and Turiepole villages, where it is now an army area, military area, and it was a very interesting field trip research. We focused on the songs and also on memorabilia, and so this is very short show of the songs. The ladies are dressed in the traditional clothes, even though they were not using it for a long time, and we really appreciate that the participants are then participating in our events. They were singing with us, they were checking whether we do it properly, and it was really interesting and impacted the younger participants.
Dakedy, keď sme aj na jarku aj prali v tých kapčách. A potom sa piekol chlieb a potom sa to dalo do peci sušiť. To sa potom tak ťažko obúvalo.
So we were creating these shoes. They were basically baked in an oven. It was very difficult to put it on afterwards. Together with Mr. Jurčo, we carried out research to find out how the handcraft of these shoes, how it was handcrafted. When it comes to the knitting and designing of these wool shoes, we also created a specialized publication, a book. You can find the procedures, how to handcraft, how to manufacture these shoes, and these wool shoes will become a part of the intangible cultural heritage, because no one has been dealing with this technique for a long time, and hopefully this book will serve as an inspiration how to create a fashionable item. Another area we have been dealing with in the past 2 years are the bakery products, cakes, and the bread. Also, it was an integral part of weddings in certain regions. They were also preparing it for different other venues, but we already have locations where it's a matter of past. This is why we created another book, Cakes for Weddings. And in selected of the villages from Banská Bystrica region, we carried out field trip research, focused on the decorating of the cakes and also accompanying events, handing over of the cakes, cutting the cake. It was really very pleasant work. It was really great research, because in each location we were welcomed really very pleasantly. In the Podpolanie region, there is a very huge tradition of knitting and lacing, but we are monitoring that these knittings are losing their traditional local character. The designs are mutually interchanged, or they see it on the internet, or they see it somewhere else. And here you can see what is the change. On one side you can see the old item, on the right side you can see a newer one, or how the templates, how the designs are developing. And we are looking for archaic designs. We started with female aprons from the beginning of 20th century. We started in museums and also during our field trips, and all the designs is redrawn manually. Really, this is very demanding work, as there is over 200 designs. These designs need to be cleaned in the computer program, but we managed to make a catalog of designs on female aprons. Here you can see the so-called formae, which are the designs which vary on the skirts and on the aprons of women. This is the first edition of the catalog. So these are the apron designs. These were handmade, knitted. This is 1-to-1 scale. And nowadays, you can see on the picture, we are dealing with a second part, we focused on scarves, which are integral part of female designs, female clothes, and this is why we want to make awareness that the scarves and the cloth need to get back to the female heads. And we are very happy that certain products can already be purchased. It will be published in our catalog. Our newest project, which I would like to brag with a little bit, is called Heligonkari, and the output will be a footage, and just like knitting, also playing on the instrument is a living, intangible heritage. It was used on weddings, on different parties, elsewhere where possible. And the project Heligonkari has been prepared with an expert collaboration, Mr. Obuch and Professor
taktiež v scénickom folklorizme a mnohí muzikanti si radi hrávajú len tak sami pre seba doma.
To, čo vidíme vo videodokumente, to je najstaršia generácia podporianských heligonkárov. Z ich výpovedí sa dozvedáme, v akých podmienkach vyrastali, ako a kedy sa dostali k prvým nástrojom.
And the document should be a methodological document for younger instrument players, but hopefully it will also speak to the other older ones. We are still looking for opportunities and options, how to deal with certain topics, how to share it with the general and expert public. For example, we carried out a research focused on the decoration of graves during the All Saints holiday. We received really interesting information, and we were thinking about how to mediate this information. Together with the local people, we made a reconstruction of the decoration of graves, because it was various for the children, for a single person, or for married adults. And then we created an instruction video, and it was really interesting to find out that many of the inhabitants of the Detva municipality were copying, and they were also lighting candles on the graves. This is a short show. We were using different kinds of paper to create these artificial roses. Then we were using candles which were lit. And the last things I would like to say is we were using YouTube for publishing our videos, but this platform is not enough for us. Therefore, we contacted Mr. Kisel at the Center for Traditional Culture, and he told us that we are supposed to create an online database to publish the results. Also, thanks to the methodological guideline from the Bratislava Center, we managed to publish this database in March. It's already published, and we have 300 cultural objects, and we will really appreciate if this amount will increase. This database is of a very similar character compared to the Center for Traditional Culture database. Here you can see a short example, a symbol of our work is an oak leaf, because it used to stand for stubbornness, longevity, force, and strength, which are really great characters, which are great values we will need in our work afterwards. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Yes, I also got in mind some other things. We'll try to summarize. So it's not just a research on a single object, but it's a regional or regionally based research, what is there in a specific region. So the time is the element which is we are all missing. And another important issue, which already was mentioned by Mrs. Morongova, is the ownership issue. Whose is this heritage? Because it's a public, or it should be belonging to everyone. Because what happens if an artist would take this list of samples and he would start producing something and maybe selling it, and the community has no benefit of it? So this is what we need to consider. That's, of course, we want to make it accessible to all, but it's also about raising awareness to those, provided to those who are using it, because we all should share this. We still have two, also my favorite villages, and it's like a model or role model for us. So I would invite Mr. Berloš from Hrušov. Well, I don't know how you are going to concentrate it into 12 minutes, but we will try. Thank you. I wish you a nice day. Yeah, we traveled the world, Europe, institutions, national, regional institutions, and we should go back to our own nest from which the traditional culture comes from. So back to our own village to keep our identity based on the traditional culture, because it's very diverse. So I invite you to Hrušov, where we are also trying to keep these traditional elements as were left to us by our predecessors. Hrušov is in a, I call it a triangle. In Hont region, which even exceeds to Hungary. What are the forms and methods? Well, first it's a human being, these are personalities. There is a mixture here, and you can see different professions: a teacher, a mayor, a driver, a farmer, etc., etc. Let me paraphrase. Some yes, businessmen asked to be a painter to make All Saints picture, and he wanted his face to be there as well. Yeah, we need, of course, the people so that we can manage all these things. So how we can keep and safeguard the traditions? So we do not do the ceremonies through the carnival season, but it is done when the real season is, not just for commercial reasons. In our case, we are doing this during the fasting, so that's why we have dark clothing, and the girls are coming in their original clothing, in the civilian clothing, and here the sound expression is the important. Then we have different organizations, and we have folk ensemble, fire brigade, the Union of Pensioners, the Club of Handicapped, and there are civil associations organizing different events for the public, plus video documentation and photo documenting, audio documenting, I'm not going to mention this festival because most of people know this. Then we have this collection activity. We do creative workshops, different educational events on different topics of different art crafts. We have different exhibitions. I'm running through this. I apologize, but so that we don't stay just with me. So for all these activities, Anka Berushova was participating, so I invite her to continue. So I am the wife of Mr. Berlosh, and I would like to talk about the children's folk group, folk ensemble. I have been leading this ensemble since 1992. We try to be on the podium with the choreography, showing some customs. I try to teach them some songs, traditions, dialect, and just to be able to continue in these activities, we need to prepare our children and youth. And to answer the question which we get very often when we get the visitors, and they're asking, how do you manage to get the young people for these activities? It is through this folk group or folk ensemble. They must, well, I'm not saying they must help, but I invite them to come and help. And if you don't find your place, then I will put you into some place. So when we have these folk festivals, they are helping for different sites or places where different crafts and different traditions are shown, and these are the members of this folk ensemble. During this 30-year period, it's more than 300 members, and there are enough to represent us, not just to show what we are able to do, but also to bring up those who are going to be our followers. This is about this children's folk ensemble. And there is one additional thing which we want to teach them. It's an event, Bus of Goodwill. Before Christmas, we go to visit orphanages and senior homes. And we have been doing this for 26 years. It's not just going there, bring some gifts or some pastries, or we just show them some, or make some performance of some music and dance. And we also visit those who cannot come to see us, and they go to patients who are on the bed and they are weak. And we try to make these young people to feel the responsibility to help these elderly people who are at the end of their lifetime. So this is what we are trying to do in Hrušov. There is one more activity, and this is our publication activity. When we wanted to do some stage forms, we did some research, and we, of course, we knew what were the customs before, and we wanted to, or we needed some literature to take and use as a basis. And when we were reading this book, we saw that, of course, the research was extensive, but because it covered the whole region, it didn't cover every single village. And there were some pieces of information and knowledge which we were able to contribute. So we were thinking about how we could enlarge and extend this research so that we hand it over to the young generation, and if somebody wants to continue in this, that they would have a valuable basis. So we were asking the experts and ethnology experts, so finally, we made up a group of 4 and then invited Professor Botik to help us with this. And in 2010, we asked for or applied for a grant, and we wanted to first publish a monograph. But of course, it was not the only objective to publish a book. Just we wanted to collect everything possible from the traditional culture, so it's a lot. And finally, we decided, and this idea came from our former mayor, that we are not going to publish a book, but every year we would concentrate on one topic. So every year it would cover one topic. So the first one, it was Book of Songs, because we didn't know how to start, and we had a collection of more than 500 songs. So it was a song book and wedding customs for Hrušov. These were the first 2 songs. We had also the children's songs, wedding customs, and different themes. There were also ceremonial things, and then we looked at the folk costumes and the different forms of the folk costumes. We had to buy back from the Slovak Academy of Science the old pictures, photos, which were no longer held by our village. The folk costume is now a bit different from this, but this book contains the oldest forms. Also, how to take care, or how did they take care of the folk costumes. Plus, also the patterns were attached, so you can even make your own. Then next part was concentrated again on customs, also related songs. Then architecture, so this was more for the men, and also the authors were 2 men and 1 lady. They described the local architecture, also the buildings of different use. This book was written by Professor Botik. It was about Hrušov and residents of Hrušov. We had to have a professional, like a guarantor or sponsor, so that the book is meeting all the required things. And then we looked at the farming, how did, or what did they do. I'm not going to go into details because my time is up. And then, of course, on the other hand, was a ladies' book where we described the life of women in Hrušov, what they did around the house, if they needed some medical help, or what were the curative things. So all the recipes which we were able to collect to the most contemporary ones. The next book was about what has been or a narrative, what was kept in the memories of Hrušov residents, and even back to the history of Turks, the description of the World War I and World War II. We thought that World War I was many years ago, but we were very surprised that there are so many vivid memories about how they remembered because there were 60 men from Hrušov who didn't return from the war. Then Badin residents were evacuated because the front was still there, and then we organized a meeting of families from both villages. Next one was about the different communities in Hrušov, the first schools, where did they go for looking for jobs, and then a clerical part. I was looking at the whole year because I felt that there is an absence, that we as Catholics, we do not know what are the festivals or ceremonies, so this clerical part was analyzed in a view of Hrušov residents on a day of Barbara. Who was Barbara? The Saint Barbara. So, of course, I had a consultation with 2 priests so that of course, everything was verified. The next one was for the ceremonial songs, different. It's difficult to even express for myself. There were some specifics. And then last the book, and that's what I conclude with, the Hrušov families. We have been getting ready for this for the last 8 to 10 years. We have the family trees for whole Hrušov, and during pandemic we had enough time. There are 600 pages of this book, and we still do not cover the whole Hrušov. We were able to register all the kids born in Hrušov from 1907 to 1950. We have all the children born there. My husband was looking at one computer, looking at the register of birth. So everything which was chronologically registered. So this was taking us 4 months, and then I was drawing the schemes or these family trees, and another colleague was taking it or putting it into the computerized form. So I wanted to also make public some things about these families, so it was difficult to decide what could be published or what could not be published or disclosed, but we do have some of these books with us, and if you're interested, tomorrow you can have a look. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for both presentations. We really are not in time because it was difficult to manage in 12 minutes. I don't know how you're managing how all the books are on one shelf. And I think you're still not finished. So really, this is we have a huge respect, and we really appreciate the enthusiasm, which can do a lot. And we really appreciate having you here as an example what can be managed in one village, and how the collaboration with the experts can be also managed. So this seems to be an ideal model. Great, thank you very much. Last but not least, the representative of the Oravská Polhora village, who will be speaking about how they deal with traditions. Thank you very much for the invitation. On behalf of Oravská Polhora municipality, I would like to present the safeguarding of the culture of Gorals and Gajdoš culture. The first item has already been registered into the list of qualitative cultures in 2016, and the Goral culture was registered in 2021. So this is our last success. I would like to speak about the ways how they preserve the traditions and how many other institutions are dealing with it. I would like to show you the education part. So preserving through the kindergartens and schools. We have school club called Polhorček, managed by the municipality. Then we have the kindergarten and elementary school. I will go fast through this because I want to speak about the projects. We, of course, have regional education together with the clubs. We also have the exchange of a cultural item in the framework of a family. For example, there's Gvara, which is the Goral dialect, as an accent. And this is being taught in the family, but also in a certain institution. But you will never learn it if you don't learn it at home. This also has to do with with the handcrafts. But I would like to speak about the projects in our village, which deal with the preservation of culture. We are receiving the finance from the Interreg projects, from the Polish as well as Czech ones. I will speak briefly about the projects which are focused on the safeguarding of the culture, not only represent it, but also to protect it. And we want to keep also the traditions for the younger generation, and the majority of the projects are focused on this preservation. For example, we had a daycare camp for children where we were teaching kids how to dance. We were publishing many traditional fairy tale publications. I selected only those most important projects. So the first very important project dealing with the Gajdoš culture is carried out through the Interreg Poland-Slovakia, and this has been financed from the European Union, and this project is influential because we collected musical instruments. The pipes cost around 1,000 euros, and if you were asking for 1,000 euros in a family, they wouldn't be able to spend it. Even though the culture is widespread, they wouldn't be able to say whether they are willing to finance it because the outputs are uncertain. In this project, our village, Olarovská Polhora, participated as a facilitator, but together with the Rabča and Sihelne villages, which are also one of the main centers of the culture. And within this project, we also published one lecture book with the book itself and a CD. We already had very similar project a couple of years ago, but we updated the results. Therefore, we published a DVD with videos showing how to play the instrument. Additional interesting thing is that we created a system for the kids without the notes. When you're playing the pipe music instrument, we show them which hole should be covered or open. So this is a really very good manual for the children to teach them how to play the instrument. These are the creative workshops where the children had workshops themselves and concerts. This project is a newer one, and it's very important for the village because in this project we created European culture of music, of this pipe music instrument teaching, and each of these rooms are used for different purposes. on the left-hand side, you can see the certificates of registration with statues, and also a mini museum where we collected artifacts and old items from the producers of the musical instruments. Instruments for production and items which help us to produce these instruments. Therefore, people who visit this center can see what needs to be done in order to produce the instrument. And you can also see a comparison of other European varieties of the instrument. You can see Bulgarian, Scottish, Polish, Czech, besides the basic 5 we have in Slovakia. Pictures on the right side, that is a concert hall where we organize different concerts and venues and other activities. Here you can see creative workshops. We also organize workshops for dancing, singing, playing the instrument. This is how the workshops look like. We also have field trips, which are very popular. In June, every single day we had children from various schools. Everything was financed from the Interreg program of the European Union. Additional large project is monitoring the steps of old instrument users. We also created a bike track with such stations with information tables and charts speaking about the particular parts of the culture, so when there are children who are using the bike can also learn something about the culture. We also prepared publications, songbooks, and here you can see different educational materials and publications, DVDs, songbooks, and children's lecture books. Now I would like to speak about a different project which is not financed from the Interreg, but it was financed from the Fund for Culture Support, and this is one of the largest festivals in Slovakia, one of the major ones, and I would like to say that we managed to place the convention and the 20th anniversary of the convention ratification. We will have many different activities, seminars, workshops, concerts. This not only comprises the village, but we also want to merge and we would like to the whole Slovakia to join our activities. And we are at the full capacity. For example, we have concerts in Zuberec, Námestovo, and in adjacent cities. We also have a novelty, which we were surprised by, because there is really huge interest in participation, and we had to reject certain participants, and we had to start with the participation fee. And it seems to be no problem for the participants, the Hungarians, Czechs, Poles, who will travel from far abroad to our concerts. And we were really surprised that the interest is so huge and we were surprised that the people from abroad do not have time to spend their money and time and to arrive. This is about all of what I wanted to say. During the concerts, we have 2 competitions. This is the way my grandmother was singing. So this was about the songs which we used. There is also a competition of young instrument players, but it's focused on the younger generation. We want to encourage them to apply and to start using the instrument. Thank you for your attention. I still have 1 more minute, so I would like to continue. The municipality also has its own subsidy scheme, and the firefighters, hunters, football players can ask for money, but also different civic societies can get funds for their own activities. For example, if you want to buy an instrument, or if you want to create a workshop, or it can be used for the functioning of the local centers or for the local bodies. And it's all from me. Thank you. You still have time, but we can use it, for example, for the discussion. And this is really another great example of how many activities can fit to such a small village, just like Oravská Polhora. And this is not for free. It's for your endeavor and for your effort. And also you had to write the project. So you should not be that modest, because really we can see that it's loads of work that you carried out in order to motivate the younger generation. Now it's the time for your questions. If you're interested in anything, please ask your questions, but this is a unique opportunity, and tomorrow morning you will have an opportunity to take a look at these books and touch them and read them. Everything clear to everyone? So you're looking forward to the concert? Okay, I will not torture you. You will still have an opportunity. Okay, there is one question. We'll have to wait for the microphone. There is another specific thing in our municipality. We lost a certain generation of the instrument players in their 30s, 40s. Therefore, in order to have enough lecturers, we are using the younger generation, and we have the bearer of the tradition, who is 18 years old, who is already teaching the 12-year-olds, who was already taught by a 20-year-old instrument player. So this is not an intergeneration, but a generation exchange. So this is, we were forced to use the youngest generation to teach the next ones according to the newest camaraderie or peer learning. This is really hand in hand with the modern educational approaches. Thank you. Additional question? I just want to confirm, really, it's exactly like you said, people which knew the techniques died, so our centers are a substitute of this teaching method. I'm asking the people, why are you arriving to our center? What was the motive? Why did you come? And why this given particular technique, the lace or knitting? Because I didn't manage to learn it from my grandmother, and I also didn't manage to learn it from my grandfather. And basically we are substituting the generational exchange, and there are many great friendships among our producers on one hand, and the participants of the courses on the other hand, and they're exchanging their information. They come to us. For example, I brought the wood in order to make the instrument. I would like to show you how we did it. So this is really a community, and basically we are an artificial substitute of a family. Thank you. So it doesn't matter how it works. The most important thing is that it works. Are there any notes or comments? If not, we will be of your disposition. Thank you very much for your participation, that you shared your experience. Also, I would like to thank our guests from abroad, and let me thank you again. And last but not least, a few technical details.
Thank you, Lubita, and all the pre-speakers. So here now I am here as a landlord of these premises, so I will inform you about some special details. We have 3 minutes to go to the foyer of the theater part, and because we support each other, so we want to support our friends from Latvia. So they are going to open an exhibition of the Latvian folk costumes. We have the ambassador of Latvia here and other distinguished guests. So now we will finally get to that kind of vernissage where we will be able to raise a glass to open the exhibition. And also all of you who are here, we are inviting you to a dinner. Please do not hesitate and join us for the dinner. So we reserved more time, so we have the time to relax now. So first we will go to this Latvian exhibition opening, and then we will have at 6:30 an interesting concert, interesting mixture between classical music and modern music, and then 8 o'clock in the theater, where we would like to invite you for this performance about a human being and the earth. This is a modern art and many activities which were presented by Orozka Polhora or Hrusho. They overlap to those things which we have around us, so we look forward to see you there. And then it's up to you what will be the party. And I forgot, thank you for reminding me. Maybe you are photographers, but only tomorrow we are going to officially open the exhibition of photographs. Sorry, it's a competition of photographs on living traditions. So even if you have something now here and you want to sign up to this competition, you can do it. And there are still some prizes waiting and awards waiting for you. So it's all under the convention on the safeguarding of this. And moreover, Slovakia is celebrating 30 years of its independence. Tomorrow we will have the minister herself to come and visit us. So a big ceremony is tomorrow, but you can start doing your photos today and send it to this competition. We are not distributing or giving a lot of printed material. Yeah, the first years when, yes, we were collecting everything else we saw at all those UNESCO meetings, but everything you would like, you will find it at the entrance to the theater, so you're welcome.